All right. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending on where you're joining us from right now. And welcome to the third year of the Global Biodiversity Festival. So from Friday to Sunday, May 20th to May 22nd, we've been celebrating the weird and the wonderful, the challenges life faces, and some good news conservation stories. Our guides have been the scientists, conservationists, and filmmakers on the front lines of studying, documenting, and protecting our planet's incredible biodiversity. So I should also add a big happy World Biodiversity Day to everyone. It is today, May 22nd, and we always try to frame the festival around May 22nd to celebrate this important global day for biodiversity. Friday and Saturday were two incredible days. You can find the recordings of the events on our YouTube channel, Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, and we're working on cutting each event into its own individual event in a playlist, so you can pick and choose the events that you missed and watch them throughout the weeks coming up. It's been absolutely incredible. We've gone across 6 continents to dozens of countries, meeting incredible scientists, incredible explorers, incredible filmmakers, incredible conservationists from all over the world, but they all share that common theme of wanting to protect our planet's biodiversity and to share the amazingness of our planet with people joining from all over the world. So my name is Joe Borowski, and I've been a host throughout the weekend, and I will continue doing so as well. We have great hosts joining us today, including Jesse and Brianna, so it should be another great day coming up. If you don't know already, I am one of the founders of the Global Biodiversity Festival, and I also run an organization called Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. So we bring science, exploration, adventure, and conservation live into classrooms across North America and beyond through virtual guest speakers, virtual field trips. Probably run well over 3,000 live events, connecting 500,000 students with scientists and explorers from 95 countries around the world. And what we do is and always will be free for classrooms everywhere. So the Global Biodiversity Festival is a virtual weekend for the general public with a simple goal of shining a spotlight on biodiversity loss. It happens each year around May 22nd, which, as we know, is today, the International Day for Biological Diversity. And we have a great speaker to get things started for us right now. We have Stella Diamant joining us. After working in Madagascar and realizing that no work was being done on whale sharks, she initiated the Madagascar Whale Shark Project in 2016. So a multidisciplinary and collaborative project aiming to gather scientific data on whale sharks and protect them in Madagascar, and of course to empower communities locally. So her team has identified more than 400 juvenile whale sharks off the northwestern Madagascar, which have never been observed anywhere else in the world. So here we go. Let's bring Stella in, nice front and center. Hey, Stella, how are you?
Hey, Joe. How are you? I'm good.
I'm good. It's so good to see you. In fact, I was so excited to bring you in. I forgot I had a little video that I wanted to queue up before you begin your presentation. So if you want to start your screen share backstage, I'm going to cue in that little video to give people a little taste of the Whale Shark Project. So here we go. All right. Absolutely amazing. Love that view under the water. Love to see the program in action. Stella, it's so great to have you starting off day 3.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock for you, right?
You got it. We're starting first thing. We're going to run right to 6:30 p.m. Eastern. So shorter than yesterday, but it should be a great day.
Okay, can you see my screen now and my first slide?
We got it. All right. I'm going to tuck myself away. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. I was here last year already, and as usual, there is so much to say about the work we do and about my journey here and about whale sharks. So this year I wanted to do something a bit different and just talk about what we've learned about the whale shark so far and why it's so unique what we see in Madagascar and what's at stake really. So a bit of a different format, but hopefully you enjoy this. So just a bit of background on whale sharks and why it's so fascinating working with them. So they're found all across the world, mainly in tropical and subtropical seas, as you can see here where the blue is. And just so you know, and we all agree, this is where Madagascar is. So it's in the Indian Ocean. And that's where I've been working since 2016. Oops, sorry. So yeah, a bit of background on whale sharks. So they're the biggest fish in the sea, and they're actually a shark, not a whale, despite the name. The name comes from the fact that they're so big, like a whale, and also they feed on very small things like plankton and bait fish. So really, they're not like a shark with teeth, like we would say. Actually, they do have very small teeth. That's just a bit of background so you understand better what we're talking about. This is a very simple image, but it shows you just how big they can get and how small they start with. So when they're born, they're pretty much half a meter big, and then slowly, very, very slowly, they will grow up to be a mature adult at about 9 meters, and then from then onwards, it's even slower, and then they become larger animals. And actually, the biggest ever recorded was more than 18 meters. So seeing these animals is very rare, and the ones we see in Madagascar are juvenile, as you can see on this chart, so pretty much around 5 meters. So because of the fact that they grow so slowly, they're sadly endangered by the IUCN, and they're listed as an endangered species on the red list. So actually, there's many different causes why whale sharks are declining, and I think it's important before I explain you more about the work we do in Madagascar to explain what risks they face and just how critical our work is. So sorry, this is a bit more depressing. One of the biggest causes, and actually this is all explained in a paper we published with another huge group of basically all the whale shark scientists. Pretty much we collaborated on providing data for this big study. It came out a few weeks ago, and it basically shows that whale sharks are seeing a lot of big ships, especially container ships, and that means they get hit because they're often found at the surface feeding, and so they end up with these horrible scars, which often leads to death. That is one of the big causes we've realized from the paper for their decline. Another cause, of course, is plastic pollution, and as we know, as I explained, because whale sharks feed at the surface mainly, and also they feed like a whale by filter feeding. Whatever is floating at the surface, they will ingest, and of course that can be fatal to them. And another cause, there's many of them, I could do a whole talk of this, but it's shark finning. And especially in poorer countries, it's sadly very lucrative for people to cut fins of sharks and sell them again. And of course that is not a great thing for the population. So enough of the sad things. We actually have good news from Madagascar. So very long story short, I started working on the species a bit by chance in 2016, and then we published our first paper 2018, and then it was all over the news that Madagascar is this new place where whale sharks hang out. Actually, they've always been there. There was already some previous work done by Rachel, who's presenting, I think, as part of this festival, but it stopped, and then eventually I decided to pick it up again, and so suddenly everyone was talking about it, and it's been great publicity for the country. And so I'm here today just to explain you a bit more what we found so far about this population that really was not studied on the long term. So we knew there were whale sharks and communities knew, but there was no actual long-term science being done. So as Joe said, one of the big things, that I'm quite proud of is that we've identified more than 400 sharks now. Knowing when we started collecting data, there were about 10 on the online database. So it clearly is a very important place for them. All the whale sharks have names and data codes. It's something I enjoy doing, and it's easier for me to remember them, to give them names. And they also have, as you can see on this slide, they all have little markings and scars from the lives they've had at sea as wild animals. So for example, Raymond, who's one of the bigger sharks, he has this big scar, as you can see on the image. And then Michel, who's one of the most famous shark of Madagascar, actually, he has a cut tail. So that helps us as scientists to identify them and also keep track of how the injuries heal. And of course, there's many stories behind the names, but they all have names, and we all know the sharks pretty well. The one thing we do, which is very common to studying wild animals, especially in the ocean, is photo identification. So you'll see on some of the slides, I've added the names of the shark just so you maybe you meet them that way, but you'll see they're all different. So this is Michel, the previous shark. You can see him on the right. The top left. So he has a cut tail, and also he has a little spot that's a bit different. You can see here in the red square, and that's pretty much how we recognize him. And basically what we do through collaborations with tourist boats and citizen scientists that we train each year, we go out at sea. When the tourists jump in to swim with the whale sharks, I'll touch back on that later, we collect standardized data in the form of photo ID like this. So we pretty much take the same picture of each shark, and then that gives us a catalog with pretty much the same picture, but actually they're all different because all the whale sharks have different spots, like it's like a fingerprint for them. And then that allows us basically to count them and also to know if they've been back, if they're male or female, how long they are, if they're growing at all. So this is the basis of the population work we do on whale sharks. This is a small video to show you what whale sharks do when they're in Madagascar. So the reason we get to be so close to them is because they come to feed at the surface. So Madagascar in that respect is very unique because whale sharks will come feed seasonally. So every year from September to December, they come to feed. And as you can see, they don't move very much. So it's quite easy for us to collect data. They're very relaxed. And you can see there's a bunch of other animals around them. They're actually tuna. And they all kind of collaborate together to get access to this food, which you don't really see in the video, but it's pretty much like very small bait fish. Sorry. Here we go. Here you see it at the surface. So this is another shark called Ernest that we also know very well. And you can see here at the top, it's pretty much the same video, like the same setting from the previous slide. But you can see here at the top, the very small bait fish. They're pretty much this small, and they come specifically to Madagascar to feed on this. So yeah, from September to December, suddenly there's lots of sharks, there's lots of bait fish around. It's very productive. Yet at the same time, the water stays blue. So it's kind of a very unusual way to see whale sharks. Usually you see them in more murky water or in very shallow water. So here we have water that's about 60 to 100 meter deep, and beautiful blue water, and then lots of whale sharks feeding in a very, not very active way, you'd say, sorry. So they, like you saw in the previous video, they kind of stop and just eat. And it's very special to see. So actually, because they come each year, we've managed to collect data on their location. And you can see here on this map, each different color is a different year. And actually through the 4 years of data collection we've done previous to the pandemic, you can see they really use the same area again and again and again. So it's clearly a very important area for them to come and feed. You can see this dashed square is one of the marine protected areas in the region. So far there's only 2. The other one is on the other side of Nosy Bay, but sadly the whale sharks don't go in there much. So really what we've realized through our work is that whale sharks are partly protected, but not really. And actually most of the time they could potentially be fished because they're not officially protected in Madagascar. They could get hit by boats. There's basically nothing in place to protect them. And as I've explained before, because they take such a long time to grow and reach maturity, we really need to protect them until they reach that stage where they can reproduce. So that's kind of what we base our work on, is to create this safe place for them to come, back to every year. And then we also work with tourism operators, but I'll talk about this in a sec. So this is a bit more kind of the sciencey bit, but I find it fascinating. So the previous slide, this is in season. So when we're out with the tourist boats, this is the data we collect. And then this data is from satellite tags. It was one of the first studies we did in 2016. And actually this data represents about 4 months of tracking whale sharks. You can see in the little legend, there were 8 sharks we tagged, and they all went in different directions, which is fascinating. So we initially thought they were leaving Nosy Be because we don't see them after December. And also the cyclone season starts, it becomes very rainy. So they must be going somewhere else to like another place where they all feed. Actually, not really. They all go to different things. So one nearly went all the way to Mozambique, where our partners work as well. And actually, one shark, the red one, who we call Jack, completely by chance, he did quite a long trip. And he went all the way to the south of Madagascar. It was about, I think, 3,000 kilometers when the tag stopped transmitting, and it was pretty much 4 or 5 months. And then the tag stopped transmitting, and that's another we could do a whole presentation about why we cannot keep up with whale sharks when they go far and deep. We don't currently have enough technology to follow them year round, and over the years as well. So we were lucky to see where Jacques was going for a few months, and then actually the tag stopped transmitting. So we were wondering, are we going to see the shark again? And actually we did. So that's him 2 years later. And as you can see, like it's the only day we saw him. And thanks to the photo ID that I explained before, through this video that a guy took completely by chance, because it was a beautiful moment of synchronicity between bottlenose dolphins and a whale shark, which is very rare to see. So the guide filmed this, and we could then look back at the video and realize, oh, wow, this is Jacques. He's made it back. So he did at least a 7,000 kilometer trip. He was there for 1 day. We never saw him again. And the 1 day he was there with dolphins. So it's quite a nice story, but basically to show you that through different disciplines and methods in data collection, we can try to understand better the movements and what they're up to. So just coming back to this slide, I get a bit nerdy with this, but basically where you see a lot of dots is where the whale sharks feed, and they're at the surface. So you can see up north in Nosy Be, where our study site is, the whale sharks are feeding a lot. So they're, like you saw in the video, at the surface, feeding and not really diving. And then you see further down, pretty much where Jacques is, there's less data points and just straight lines. And that means the whale sharks were underwater. They weren't at the surface transmitting to the satellite. So it's really interesting to see that they clearly seem to come back to Nosy Be to feed on this very special food source. And at the same time, they do travel long distances where they seem to adopt a different type of life with more diving. So who knows what they're doing down there? What we know is that out of these 8 sharks, 6 of them came back, and we've seen them again since. So it clearly is a very important area for them. And of course, another thing is that they're very harmless. In this picture is one of our guides, Thomas, who we work with, and a few of we have very few female whale sharks, and that's one of them. It's incredible moments to swim with them. They're very relaxed and beautiful conditions. So of course, this has been a source of debate initially, but it's really a great source of income for the communities to benefit from this type of tourism. It's pretty much ecotourism if it's well regulated. So we did a study on this, and we interviewed a lot of people, about 500, who came through in Madagascar to swim with whale sharks. And we asked them, why are you deciding to come to Madagascar? Would you prefer it if the whale sharks were protected? Asking all these questions. And basically we realized that per year, whale sharks are bringing in $1.5 million to Madagascar, which is a huge figure for a country that's incredibly poor. And also, it's a very strong argument for their protection, because if we can empower communities to care about them, then they will be making money from the sharks instead of maybe trying to catch them and cut their fins off. And then in turn, they care about the whale sharks, actually. And we have many guides now who can recognize the sharks by name, who are very tuned in about what they do. So this is pretty much our model now, is to really push for sustainable tourism, and then that way this will protect the whale sharks. So one of the things we work on a lot is the code of conduct. So in most places in the world, there is a code of conduct in place to regulate interactions between humans and whale sharks. And we're very strict on this. So it's one boat at a time per shark. And of course, this is all then explained to the guides and the captains. So we have yearly training sessions where we rent big boats and we take people out. We're now collaborating with other organizations, and hopefully soon we'll have the code of conduct as an official law in Madagascar. It would be the first ever law on any shark species, especially whale sharks. So we're very excited about this, and this will be a huge push to further implement sustainable tourism for the communities. And then another thing we really care about is, of course, education. So we have a small team now that goes into local schools and also runs activities on the beach for kids who don't have access to school. And we share the work we do and what we've learned so far. And in turn, that generates attention from the kids, which is then translated to the parents. So it's a long journey, but we're already seeing some results, and it's been very, very inspiring to see how easily people start caring about the ocean once we give them the right tools. So this is all from me. We have a bunch of stuff coming up. We're going to be going back in August. So follow us on social media. We often need volunteers. We have also volunteer openings. And at the same time, we mainly rely on donors and extra support to make all of this happen. So feel free to get in touch if you want to get involved. Thank you.
All right. There we go. Stella, absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing those updates on the project. What continues to impress me is how the project itself continues to grow.
I muted you, Joe. Sorry, I'm back.
That's okay. Yeah, no worries, Stella. I was just saying thank you for a great presentation. And it always impresses me how the project continues to grow and how your passion really shines through for what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully after 2 years of not going, hopefully this year it's going to be a good...
I can bet you're just dreaming of jumping into the water with those whale sharks for the first time. It's going to be incredible.
Thank you.
Amazing. So a few questions, excuse me, a few questions here, Stella. Of course, a shout out to those who are tuning in right now. You can use the chat to send in any questions that you might have, and we'll share some with Stella. But Stella, I'm really curious about the students and the education program you're doing. Before you get into the classroom, before you talk to the students, do they know what whale sharks are? Do they know that they're in their water, or is it something completely new that just surprises them? They have these massive fish, these whale sharks.
Yeah, depends. Some kids know, majority doesn't. And when we start explaining how big they get, they're usually amazed. And the really cool part is when we get the kids on the boat, which we're starting to do more, but of course it's another budget to do that. But that's just amazing because they never imagined seeing them, and suddenly they're seeing a boat, not even swimming with them, but just seeing them next to the boat, and it's pretty much bigger than the boat. So then they get really excited.
Oh, I can imagine. It'd be absolutely amazing. I imagine a few of them might be apprehensive to jump into the water the first time, but I'm sure it just excites them too to learn what they eat. These big, massive sharks, and they're filter feeding out of the water, the small zooplankton. Amazing. Okay, so congratulations on the new law being passed. That's amazing. Shark protection in Madagascar is so important. There is a big industry there where sharks are taken. So it's great to see some protection for a shark species.
Yeah, well, we're not there yet, but touching wood, it's on the way. We now have support from the Ministry of Tourism that's going to kind of carry the law to the other ministries, and it's been a really long working process because I'm not sure you got that from the presentation, but before the work we did, there wasn't even any people didn't even know what there were whale sharks around. So we had to start from the bottom up about any kind of legislation, even export permits, research permits. There was nothing in place for this species. So it's all a bit longer.
Yeah. So we've got a question here coming in via the chat about when the whale sharks are gathering to feed, what other species are gathering as well to take advantage of that?
So mainly whale sharks, but then we have these crazy days where there's krill in addition to the big fish, and then we have different species of whales, dolphins, a lot of rays, mogular rays especially, sometimes even giant manta rays, and it's just like underwater cinema. You stay there the whole day. Even some of the captains who don't want to get cold by going in the water, they will just like put their head in, and we just watch day long because it's just amazing.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, that does sound absolutely amazing. I can only imagine what it's like to be in the water, just surrounded by not only the whale sharks, but whales and rays and oh wow, amazing.
Yeah, it's really humbling. Mainly, you realize how small you are.
Yeah, and so those mantas, do they come and go as well?
Yeah, so the giant manta rays, again, nothing is being done on them, so we're kind of now starting a small project when we see them.
Yeah,
Um, they're only there a few days a year, really, when there's a lot of food, and then they do this underwater ballet where they're when they feed and they do these loops, and it's really amazing.
yeah. So the final question here is what's next? And I think you've already touched on that. You know, we don't know where they go. You know, you see them in the water, but we don't know where they go. So is that a large part of what you're hoping comes next, or do you have a few other things on the
There's,
go?
we're doing a lot, especially this year because we have some time to catch up on. But for me, really, the main focus is, of course, it'd be awesome to know where they go, but it's really like I was saying, we know they come here now, so we're trying to better understand what they feed on, how reliable is that food source, is it determined by weather, is it going to change with global warming? Because Madagascar actually is one of the few places um, where we're really seeing the impacts. There's a lot more cyclones, there's a lot more drought. So is that all going to continue or is it going to change? To me, that's really important to determine that first so we can better protect this place. And also, of course, we're launching we're deploying some acoustic tags this year. And that's
Yeah,
going to allow us to know if they're there the whole year, actually, if some of them leave, do they all leave, like all of these kind of more detailed questions. Which areas do they use in particular? So then maybe we can have speed limits on certain areas or not. So it's kind of just trying to understand better the dynamics.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Stella, I have no doubt that you're going to get there and just make up for lost time. Have obviously a great time,
Thank
and
you.
hopefully, you know, engage the community. See some of the students you've worked with in the past as well, and see how they've grown and they're excited about their natural environment, their natural ecosystem. Stella, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for starting off day 3. Let me share the link to the website here one more time, madawhalesharks.org. Please do visit. Please do, you know, if you can, make a donation to help this really important work happen. And I think maybe even another best of all addition is to get out there to Madagascar. And you know,
Yeah.
those tourism dollars are so important
Yeah.
and can play such a huge role in the protection of the species.
Yeah. And I guess spread the word because yeah, sharks don't benefit from the best reputation, and whale sharks is such a great example. They're only bringing good things, I think. So hopefully we can share the word about their greatness.
Absolutely. Stella, thank you so much. Great to see you. Have a great rest of the weekend and good luck in July. I can't wait for an update.
Thank you, Joe.
All right.
Good luck for the festival. Bye.
See you, Stella. Thank you. All right. Great connection with Stella. So exciting to hear about the updates with her work. Now we're going to head to Africa, and this is going to be a great event. All the events are great, and this one will be another awesome one. So we're connecting with Frontier Africa. It's a nonprofit conservation company which is based in the Balule Associated Private Nature Reserves that form part of the Greater Kruger National Park. So they focus primarily on ecological research and protected area management and partner with several local and international research institutions. So just a little more here. When the rhino poaching crisis emerged at Balule Nature Reserve and it became a target, Transfrontier Africa realigned to tackle this challenge. So they took a multi-pronged approach and developed it as a way to address the problems and research socioeconomic, technological, and tactical solutions were developed and implemented. So the Black Mambas is an all-woman anti-poaching unit, and the Bush Babies environmental education programs are two major programs that they run, and we're going to talk to today. So joining us first, we have Felicia Mogakanis joining us. She's a Black Mamba Sergeant. So early detection and rapid response is all that stands between poachers and the wildlife. So the Black Mambas are the first line of defense, providing boots on the ground, and are responsible for the early detection of poaching insurgents through monitoring and surveillance during daily patrols. So I'm going to bring Felicia in live with me right now. Hey, Felicia, how you doing? Felicia, can you hear me okay?
I'm good, and you?
Oh, perfect. There might be a little bit of a delay. Awesome, Felicia. Well, it's so great to have you joining us live today. We're really excited to learn a little bit more about the work you're doing.
I'm looking forward.
All right. So why don't you go ahead and share your screen, and then we'll dive in. All right, I see it coming up now. Perfect, we're good to go.
My name is Felicia Mrakani. I'm the Sergeant of the Black Mambas Anti-Poaching Unit. The unit was formed in 2013 when the rhino poaching was on the rise in South Africa. The program is part of the nationwide environmental monitor program, which was initiated by the Department of Environmental Affairs. So our funding company is Transfrontier Africa, NPC, non-profit conservation organization. The Black Mambas operate in the Greater Kruger National Park. Dark green is the Kruger National Park itself. And light green, Greater Kruger. We work in Balule, which is the Association of Private Nature Reserve. Currently, we are deployed in 4 areas. It's Olifant West Nature Reserve, Griki Nature Reserve, Equatorial Conservancy, and Hoedspruit Endangered Species, where our canine units are deployed there. The Black Mambas APU model is different from so-called traditional APU models. We work in the Big 5 area totally unarmed. We are on the front line of protecting wildlife. Show the bottom part of the pyramid. We are eyes and ears of the reserve. The next level armed response team, which deals with crime scene investigations, the top ops room management. Our team consists of 23 female rangers. Our Bush Babies environmental education program is run by 5 educators and community officers. And finally, we have 4 armed backup staff members. Our mission, wildlife crime prevention. That means we are trying to make the reserve the most undesirable and risky area to poach. We do not wait for poachers to come into our reserve, or we do not wait for poachers to come in to catch them. We prevent them from coming inside. We are trying to develop patriotic community on our borders. We want people to see that protecting local biodiversity and security jobs in the reserve is beneficial for everyone. I mean. These poaching cases happened many years ago, as you can see the pictures. Our job is to do everything so that it does not happen again. It requires complex, holistic approach. What exactly do we do to prevent poaching and illegal wildlife trade? We patrol the reserve and create visual presence. The poachers have to see the reserve is looked after and that rangers are always alert. We do early detection and gather information because we are the eyes and ears of the reserve. We are the first to notice suspicious activities, find human tracks, and report them to our ops room. We do regular snare sweeps. We go to the bush, search for wire traps, and poachers set up to catch animals for bushmeat. We do roadblocks in the reserve. Many cars, including those of building contractors, come to the reserve. Our job is to search the vehicles for wildlife products that may be inside. For example, rhino horns, ivory, pangolins, and also illegal weapons. We do compound search to check if there is anything illegal that the contractors may have. As part of our community outreach program, we join the bush babies at local schools where we share our stories with them and explain what we do as rangers. Our K9 unit patrols wood sprayed endangered species center to protect rhinos and other endangered animals. During the pandemic, we also launched food security campaign. We raised funds for food parcels for 90 families in our target communities. Within 12 months, we raised $8,000 and delivered 990 parcels. Why black mambas are unarmed? The core of our project is strong and healthy issues. We cherish all life and cannot place the life of an animal over the life of a human. Poachers are also fathers. Orphans' families can destabilize the community and cause possible revenge. Killing someone can cause PTSD, and we do not want to have that. We have children at home, and we cannot pass this trauma and baggage to them. It is unfair towards them. It is also unethical to kill an animal for self protection. We are on their territory, and we are there to protect them. Knowledge of animal behavior is our weapon. If previously poachers would be role models, the times are changing. Now rangers are becoming role models. Why has this been effective? For the reserve, we create disruptive landscape with our presence. That is why if poachers cannot get in, they will find a way to commit another crimes elsewhere. Being under pressure, they will expose themselves and will be easily seen and caught. For the community, we build the relationship by working with children, their parents, and grandparents. This is a long term, multi generation investment. We are happy to make opportunity to grow our skill set and contribute to the bigger picture of wildlife conservation. We help with animals that break out the reserve. Some of us learn beekeeping from our partners Elephant Alive. And two of our colleagues went to do a field guide training at Eco Training. And one of our colleagues has a charity back at home in the community of helping orphans and people who are vulnerable in the village. How has our life changed? We are breadwinners. We respect and we have dignity. We have pride and confidence. We have new skills we share with others. We have a new identity. We are family. By the way, in 2015, we received United Nations Champion of the Year award. One of our rangers was recognized in 2021. One of our rangers was recognized as a highly commanded ranger by IUCN. Juggling between ranger work and family, we still can be more every day. for our planet, our families, and ourselves. All pieces of the puzzle should come together to build up future for all life. So thank you for listening to my presentation. I'll pass it to our manager of the Bush Baby program, Louis Maifela.
All right, Felicia, thank you so much. That was an awesome presentation. I'm going to tuck you backstage for now, but we're going to bring you in a little bit, and we'll have a few questions. Thank you so much. All right, so as mentioned, we have a second speaker coming in on deck to join us and spend a little bit of time with us today. We've got Luane Mayafala joining us. She's the manager of the Bush Babies Education Program. So it is where learners, the babies of the community, are learning about the bush with the support of local communities, tribal authorities, and participating schools. So there's 10 schools now within the community bordering Kruger National Park. I can't wait to hear more about it. I'm going to bring Luane in with us now. Hey, Luane, how are you?
Hi, Joe. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It's so good to see you. We just had a great share from Felicia and the Black Mambas. And education is so crucial because enforcement is important, but if we can reach the next generation about the importance of protecting our ecosystems, that's going to go a long way to challenging or to solving some of our conservation issues. So I'm looking forward to your presentation today.
Thank you, Joe.
All right. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, I'll hide backstage and then we'll ask some questions afterwards.
All right. Okay, so hi, everybody. And Joe, thank you so much for this lovely opportunity that we can share this beautiful day with you guys. And to my colleague who just introduced me, thank you, Felicia. That was such a lovely presentation. So my name is Wayne Maifala, and I am the Bush Babies Program Manager. So I'll take you through the program, what it's all about. Basically, we're trying to create the platform for members to grow and mature in nature. So I am the founder of the Bush Babies Education Program, and I'm originally 5 here where I am currently. I have knowledge in nature conservation, and I'm very much passionate about environmental education. I'm currently the Black Mamba Anti-poaching Unit Environmental Officer, Education Officer, and I'm an educator and a coordinator by profession. So what is the bush baby, or what is a bush baby? As you can see, a bush baby, it's got very big ears, and that is the kind of idea we want. We want the learners, be it a young child or an older person, to really absorb all this conservational facts that we give to them. And, you know, they're having these little eyes. When you tell them that an elephant is not going to kill you, you can just see their eyes popping like this. So that is that's how I actually came about the name of the program. So the program started in 2015, April, with just 4 schools. And we've then later adopted 10 schools with more than 2,140 learners. We have 146 nature guardians. These are now the senior bush babies that have been with us for a year. And we have the 4, including myself, that would make the 5th environmental educator. We've got 45 bush grannies with 15 from each community that the environmental monitors are coming from. And we also have a resource center. So basically what happens is there's different stages. So we start them young, and they go like grade 5 learners that are like 11-year-olds, and then they get to become the bush babies that are now grade 6 and 7. And after the next year, they then get to become our scouts, which we had the kids for just 1 year, and we're like, how is it that we can monitor the program? So those were the 3 stages, school-based programs, and they moved over to the bush grannies, which is now our highest age within the program. So where are we located? Like Felicia has shown on the map, we are here Bilili Nature Reserve. That is where our base is. But then you can see our local primary schools within the Bapalabora municipality, which is just so close by to the Kruger National Park. The Limpopo province prides itself with wildlife. We have the big 5 animals right on our doorstep. Yet, as much as it's so close, like 15 kilometers into the Kruger National Park, majority of our locals have never been into the park, nor have they seen an elephant or a rhino in its natural habitat. Palabora is very, very much rich with plant life. It is seen through the cultural, biophysical, social and economical uses and benefits from the locals. Hence, the Bush Babies use environmental education program as a tool to educate and build a shared future for all life. So here I'm going to talk about the Maruli, which is very much well known in the local communities. Our team uses an app called QField or Avenza, where they locate if it's an environmental issue or indigenous plants. So you can see here we've got in the light green, that's where we have most of our marula, big marulis, but we had these darker greens as our young seedlings. Then one of our learners did research on why do we have so few seedlings or young trees that are growing in the landscape, only to discover that this rodent is actually what was eating up on this. So we're not just only about conservation and just teaching, but also to get in or introduce different career paths. We can see here the marula is a very much important plant within this landscape, where the locals, our bush grannies, they actually harvest or pick up these fruits. They sell it to home of amarula, where they make the alcohol, and then they return these pulps back or the nuts back. They break it and they extract the nuts, which they can then press for oil and make to use beauty products. So they really benefit from this tree. They can earn an income from it. Okay, I think my slide is jammed. Okay, did I not go too far?
So it does. Oh, there we go. It's going again.
So yeah, let me go back. I'm sure there's another one. Sorry, now I went 10 times ahead of my slides. So yeah, what we're having here is we can see the black Mambas that come and interact with the kids in class. I mean, this is now talking about the wildlife component of the work that we do. The Mambas come and they educate the learners about the snares that they find in the reserves. And we're obviously exposing these kids and the bush grannies to what wildlife is all about. You can see here on this bottom left picture, this child is so scared to touch this elephant, no matter the guidance, but through the correct information given to them, they were able to change the behavior. Now you can see the kids engaging by themselves with this elephant, and we can see that happy face there. So basically one of our goals is that we are able to achieve this through changed behavior and knowledge. Not only do we focus on our wildlife, wildlife in the reserves or in protected areas, we also try and encourage the locals to take care of their domestic animals. Here we've got our animal welfare program. We call in experts to come. We have here the SPCA from the Papalabora municipality that is on the donkeys, donkey rides, the 5 freedom of animals, and we actually get the donkey owners involved in the treatment of their donkeys. What we also do is, as part of ours, we try to improve the learning environments of our learners, where we upgrade the classroom, installing ceilings, they're themes on the walls of their classroom with some nice educational quotes. But one of our biggest investments has been at our education center, where we've gone solar. We're using solar for our power sources, and the kids work in the vegetable garden, and they planting. They take care of this garden so that we can introduce this thing of, nature can give you and then you can also take. So it's a give and take kind of a relationship. And the kids also get new skills. As you can see, there are scouts from the garden onto the table, and they cooking and learning skills. So you can see here another resource that is very much of importance to us, and it's very scarce, is the river. It's the water sources. So here we've got the Salati River. We are based here. That's where we would do the mini SAS with the learners, where the kids go out and they look at these water condition of the river, which again flows into the Elephants River, which goes through into the Kruger National Park and to the Mozambican side. So it's very much important for us to conserve and try and understand what is happening here, although it comes from upstream into our side, already polluted. So we just want to educate the learners here about water conservation. One other thing, or the program that has been so successful, has been the Scouts program. Scout Law number 6 allows us to introduce kids to a scout as a friend to animals. And you can see here all these kids, nothing gets killed at the center. Whether it's a snake, scorpion, whatever, you're going to be called in to say, we found this animal. So not just that, kids have fun, they're able to become kids, yet they learn and develop themselves to be better citizens and human beings. The matriarchs, like I've said, the oldest, wisest people to work with in the program. They've got so much in this knowledge. They know which trees to use for whichever, be it medicinal plants. They know which one to use, where, and how. So just for them to come, bush grannies, and educate the kids on how to cook, sharing stories over the campfire of how the zebra got its stripes, such stories. That is what we're getting from the bush grannies, that exchange in the indigenous knowledge. So in a nutshell, the Bush Babies program has shown us some positive results, but I go by this quote by Dr. Seuss that says, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, it is not going to get better. It is not. So unless someone like Wayne cares a whole awful lot, it is not going to get better. It is not. Joe, that would be the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right, excellent. What a great presentation, and what a perfect quote to sum up all the work with. And what a perfect species, the bush baby, with those big ears and those big eyes to take in all of that new information. All right, well, the chat is open. Fair game to send in some questions. I'm going to bring Felicia back in here now. And let's get started with a few questions. So the first thing I want to know, and I know our audience wants to know, is what led both of you to what you're doing now? What inspired you to join these positions? So maybe, Felicia, if you want to start.
Growing up, I always wanted to be a field guide. So my father was working at the Kruger National Park. So on school holiday, we used to go there, and then they will take us to a game drive. And then when I finished my grade 12, there was no money for me to go to varsity after finishing my grade 12. So because there was this program that is like the Bush Baby program. It's called Timbabati Foundation. So they told us that they were looking for people to join the Black Mamba to start this ranger female anti-poaching unit. So I applied, and then I got the job because this is what I've always wanted to do. So was a big opportunity for me. So ever since then, I love what I'm doing.
All right, that's awesome. That's awesome, Felicia. I'm going to bring Lorraine back in, and same question to you. What led you to what you're doing now?
So what led me to play the role that I'm playing now, I guess it's just passion and dedication. I grew up wanting to be a teacher, and I remember my grandfather had a little farm. So he was having chickens, geese, pigs, and everything. So we had the responsibility during school holidays to maintain all these wildlife, making sure everything was good. So I must also just thank my mother for following and believing in me, because everybody in the household would be like, why would you even want to work with frogs? Like, what's with that? So I thank my mom for really supporting me in conservation, and my grandfather, of course, that has opened that responsibility, that I was responsible for those chickens. That has led to where I got to be. I was also fortunate to work with the National Zoological Gardens of Pretoria, which is the Pretoria Zoo, where I started training with my junior nature conservation. And, from there on, I was just completely in love with nature. Then I started going to varsity, where I studied nature conservation until I landed in Limpopo province, where I met my boss, Mr. Craig Spencer, founder of the Black Mambas, and he was like, is that all you want to do? And I said no, seeing that there was the missing link, and here I am today.
All right, awesome. Well, while I have you nice in front and center, I want to ask another question. So conservation is full of ups and downs, really high moments and low moments. So I wonder, what's the best part of your job, and maybe what's the most challenging?
So my part, that's the best part of the job is just waking up, knowing that I'm going to be the change I want to see in those local communities. You know, I want to see people changing their behavior and seeing the kids grow and improving their lives. I think that for me is what I salute myself for. The downs is the funding. You know, being an NGO is really, really very hard, because now I want to expose all the kids to this nature. Because remember, I do the theory in the classroom. So at the end of the term, I want to take them to actually go see and engage with these elephants. I'm dealing with 2,000 kids. I only have funds to take like 50 or 60 kids into either the park or the reserve, you know. So if we had funding, I think I would be the happiest girl in the world.
All right. And I will take a minute here to share the banner for, there we go, for blackmambas.org. You know, every little bit helps. So those who are tuning in, hearing these stories, hearing about the work, anything to help keep the work happening, bring more kids out into the field. It's so, so very important. I'm going to bring Felicia back in and say questions and say the best part of your job and maybe the biggest challenge.
My biggest part of my job is going to sleep at night knowing that I've saved animals. Like the job that I'm doing, I'm enjoying it, and at the end of the day, I'm protecting the environment and the animals at the reserve. So the most challenging thing is because we're working in a big five and we're not armed. Sometimes it can be challenging, but we were trained, so hope we we know how to react when we come across big five animals. But I'm not saying that you will not be harmed by animals if you are trained. But what I'm saying is that you must be careful while patrolling. You must always use your ears and your eyes to detect the environment you are in. So that's the challenging moment for me.
All right. Well, I cannot believe how fast half an hour goes. It has been such a pleasure to have both of you joining us, representing the Black Mambas and representing the education. Wow. I mean, the work that you're doing, I can see why you're proud. I can see you're passionate about what you do. And I know that the reserves, I know that the kids, the next generation are in good hands. And I can't wait to see where you take your programs. And we have our World Ranger Day Festival every July 31st, where we celebrate rangers around the world and the important job that they do. So we certainly hope that we have the Black Mambas join us again for that. And to continue sharing the work, the important work that is being done. So thank you so much for joining us on the final day of the Global Biodiversity Festival. Happy World Biodiversity Day.
Thank you, Joe,
Thank
for the
you.
lovely opportunity.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day, and hopefully we talk again soon.
Nah.
All right. So another great event. The morning is rolling along. Well, I guess morning here for those who are tuning in. I can see some people saying hi in the chat from Quito, from Chile. Looks like from India as well, from the United States, from Canada. Thank you so much for being with us today on the final day. Happy World Biodiversity Day. If you want to keep up with everything that is happening today, because there are tiny little tweaks happening with the schedule, but nothing major, you can head over to globalbiofest.com, find out everything that's happening. There is an opportunity to make a donation, and we do pass the funds on to grassroots organizations. But best of all, make the donation directly to the organization. If there's an organization you're passionate about what you saw, like the Black Mambas, like the Madagascar Whale Shark Project, like EWSO Lions, which is coming up next, go to their website, make that donation directly. It goes a long way. Every little bit helps to fund really important conservation education work around the world. So I mentioned EWSO Lions. Man, I'm excited. Here we go. We have Jessica Gurure joining us. She's the lead veterinarian working with Community Animal Health Initiative Program at EWSO Lions, Vet in the Wild and Animal Care Center. Jessica treats domestic animals who have faced injuries through carnivore attacks, vaccinates dogs and cats against deadly diseases, increases awareness on disease and the One Health approach through education and much more. She loves living and working with the pastoralist communities in northern Kenya. I'm going to bring her in live right now. Hey, Jessica, how you doing today?
Hi, Joe. Very excited to be here.
Oh, I'm so good. I'm so excited to see you. We have a third festival that we do for the general public every February called the Women Blaze Trails Festival, where we celebrate amazing women in science and exploration and conservation all around the world. And we had the distinct honor of it being your first virtual event when you joined us in February. So that was awesome. Thank you so much for that. And we're thrilled that you wanted to come back and hang out with us again.
I'm really honored that you would have us as Ewaso Lions, and we're really excited. The programs before have been really nice, and we're really excited to be able to share a bit of one of our programs that we are running at Ewaso Lions.
Amazing. Well, I'm going to hide myself away. We'll let you take over for a little bit, and then we'll have time, hopefully, for a question or two afterwards.
Great. Thank you, Joe. Okay.
All right. I see it loading up. That's a good sign.
Perfect.
We're good.
Great. So thank you so much for having us, Joe. We're really excited that we're able to come live from northern Kenya, and in Samburu, technology has really helped. And so we're really excited to share with you our work. My name is Jessica Kurere, and I'm a veterinarian. I know many people, when they see Ewaso lions and a veterinarian, most people quickly think about darting lions and running with rhinos. Well, it's all part of conservation, but mine is a bit of a unique role. One of the programs in Ewaso Lions, and our main focus is domestic dogs and cats to be able to conserve lions and other carnivores in northern Kenya. And so I'll tell you a bit about that. So just to give you a bit of a background on where I am right now, where I'm seated, Ewaso Lions is based in Africa, a country called Kenya. So the equator passes right through the center of Kenya. And so north of Kenya is now northern Kenya, and that is where we are. Majority of the communities there are pastoralist communities, and that is one of the communities that we work with here, that I work with here. So this picture is just a picture showing the landscape here in northern Kenya. And this river, I can literally see it when I'm seated here on my left, on my right, the Ewaso Nyiro River, and that is where we get our name, Ewaso Lions. And this river is where we get water for all people, domestic animals, and even wildlife within this landscape. And that is the Ewaso Nyiro River. So this is where we live. Majority of the communities are pastoralist communities. So we have several communities. We have the Samburu, where we are based. We have the Turkanas, we have the Boranas, and all of them are pastoralists. So they keep livestock as their livelihood. Within this landscape, it's community-owned land. So this is a huge land owned by the communities. And so there are no fences. The people move with their livestock. Where there's rain, where there's water, that is where they'll go to. And within this land, we also have 3 national reserves. It has been set aside for wildlife, but majority of the land is community-owned land. And so the wildlife and the people are free to roam around through this landscape. And that is where I am right now in Samburu in northern Kenya. Just to talk a bit more about the community that I've mentioned, I've really emphasized that it's a pastoralist community. And so when I talk about pastoralist, I mean that it is their life, it is their livelihood, it is all that they know how to do. So it's very common to find an owner has maybe 1,000 sheep and goat and camels, and that is everything to them. And the pastoralist culture is actually what has been helping conservation going on within this landscape. And so they coexist together. So there's sheep, there's goats, there's camels. Their car is the donkey. So because they move quite a lot, we have permanent homesteads. But whenever there's a drought and there's rain in another area, they'll pack all their belongings and put it in the donkey, and they'll walk for kilometers away to where pasture is. And so this is their livelihood, pastoralism. And this is the Ewaso Nyiro on a close-up. And this is where we get our water. The community gets its water. And this is where the elephant comes to drink water. This is where the dogs come and drink water. This is where people come and drink water. And this is where everyone gets their water from, the Ewaso Nyiro River. And so that's a bit about where we are and the community that we work with. part of the community other than the people and the livestock is a very, very important group of people, and this is the dogs. So the dogs within this landscape, majority of the conflict between wildlife, specifically wild carnivores, and livestock comes from, when the lions come and attack the domestic animals. But for our area, 31% happens when the animals are out during the day herding, or when the animals are lost at night. So very rarely would they come to the manyatas, to their homes. And so the dogs play a very important role. When the animals are out grazing, they go with the dogs, and the dogs would sniff around. And if there's any predator, if there's a hyena, there's a lion, they would alert the owner, and they would be very cautious and to know that there's a predator in this area. So dogs play a very important role. So if you have 100 sheep and goat, you'll probably have many dogs, maybe 5 or 6. And then if you have less sheep and goat or camels, you'll probably have 1 or 2 dogs. So almost all homesteads have dogs. Another part of the communities are cats. So I did mention that there are permanent manyatas where people don't move. Those are the people who are left behind to look after the homestead, and cats are the companions that are left with the people. So they keep people company. They also keep the home okay, away from snakes and other rodents. And they're also a very important part of permanent homesteads within our ecosystem and within this community. So I've talked about people and dogs and cats, and most importantly, that is why Ewaso Lions exist, is about the wildlife, and particularly lions. So this is one of our lions, who's called Nanai. Nanai lives in Samburu National Reserve. As I mentioned, there are 3 areas set aside, and she lives there. But it's amazing how a very small percentage of the wildlife lives in those areas set aside for wildlife. In fact, in Kenya, 70% of the wildlife live outside those parks and reserve. And so they live with communities, they live alongside people. And so on my right, just under where I'm actually seeing the Wasonyiro River, we have a group of lions, as a pride of 6, and they live there and they call it their home outside the National Reserve. And so Ewaso Lions exists to promote coexistence. The community here have lived way beforehand. They have coexisted with the wildlife. And so Ewaso Alliance is just now trying to continue promoting that coexistence between the people and the domestic animals and the wildlife. And so that is our work. It's amazing how the pastoralist culture has encouraged, conservation. The women here believe that the wildlife belonged to them. And in their creation story, they believe that long ago, the livestock that now is the sheep and goat was the lions and the elephants, and they were custodians. The women were custodians of it, and so it's part of their culture and how they've lived with the wildlife since before. Unfortunately, in this landscape, things are changing. The wildlife, and specifically lions, are facing quite a lot of challenges. One of the challenges, this is a picture I took of just a location here called Loijuk. As you can see, there is no grass. And if there's no grass, there's no food for gravies. There's no food for other, prey that the lion needs as its food. And so those are the challenges that are happening. And when the lion does not have food, unfortunately, it goes to the livestock that belongs to these pastoralist communities. And more in the end, it ends up in retaliatory killing of the wildlife, which happens. And so Ewaso Lions is trying to bring up many programs that would help. So by collaring lions and telling the community, please don't take your livestock there because the lion is there today. We have a program for the warriors, as you can see in this picture, because the warriors are the ones who are tasked in the Samburu culture to take care of their livestock. So they will be the first line of attending to that conflict. So Ewaso Lions has brought together the warriors and say, let's not kill them. Let's, now use that information to tell people, stay away from that lion. And we have Monteli right at the center working with women. And in fact, the women are actually doing now work in terms of restoring the land and planting grass. So things are changing in our approach to reaching to these needs that are occurring within this ecosystem, including the drought and lack of pasture, and now dealing with the community and encouraging the pastoralist culture that enables coexistence. And we actually now even have a mobile veterinary unit for the wildlife. So in case any wildlife is injured or the lion is sick or an elephant has a problem, we have a mobile veterinary unit for the wildlife that comes and attends to that. And so that has been going on for a long time. Unfortunately, there was still a need that was not being met that Ewaso lions saw. And it comes to prevention of diseases before they occur. And this is a slide. This is in Tanzania. And this is a rabid dog, a dog that has rabies, about to attack a lion. For those who may not know, rabies is endemic to Kenya. And rabies is a deadly viral disease. Like many viral diseases, it does not have a cure, but it does have a prevention, rabies disease. And so one way of preventing the disease from occurring is by vaccinating the domestic dogs. And as I mentioned before, domestic dogs play a very big role within this ecosystem. And so there are reaching out to them has a big impact in terms of keeping the wildlife safe from the disease, the rabies disease. Another disease that we've been seeing, and this picture was actually taken in 2019 by one of our staff at Ewaso Lions, and this is a wild dog that was confirmed to have canine distemper. Canine distemper is a highly infectious and fatal disease that occurs in carnivores. It occurs in domestic dogs and infects other wildlife species, especially the wild dogs who are critically endangered. And unfortunately, like many viruses, it does not have a cure, but it does have a prevention by vaccinating the domestic dogs against canine distemper to prevent the outbreaks from occurring. And so this is one of the diseases that we are tackling here in northern Kenya. And we have seen, we lost about 5 of these wild dogs. And you can imagine between 2019 and 2020, we had lost a number of packs to canine distemper. And so the population now is slowly growing back. And so we're trying to prevent this disease from occurring again by vaccinating dogs, domestic dogs from the disease. And so from seeing the niche of preventing diseases before they're occurring, Ewaso Lions started a program called the Kura's Pride program. So this is one of the programs at Ewaso Lions. And the main aim of this program is to encourage dog welfare by teaching the community on responsible animal ownership. So how to take care of your dog, preventing your dog from getting diseases. How do we do that? By vaccinating your dogs. And so this is a program that started in 2019 and has been continuing running until today. And the picture on my left, that should be on your right, is Kura, and that is where we get our name of Kura's Pride. And Kura is a special dog. He's with us here in camp, and that is where we get the name Kura's Pride. And this is a picture of me in, I think, 2020. I had come to volunteer. I was not yet working at Ewaso Lions. I was volunteering, and we were vaccinating dogs and cats against cat flu, rabies, and canine distemper at that time. So it's been running for about 3 years, and we vaccinated over 4,000 dogs and cats within this area, just this area, which is pretty amazing. Other than that, Ewaso Lions has developed many other resources. We have a film in the Samburu language, and so we go out at night and we show this film. We have posters on rabies that is in Samburu language. We have posters on canine distemper that is in Samburu language, and this has really helped thanks to this program. And so a few years afterwards, this is last year, we used to come and volunteer through the Kura's Pride program as veterinarians, but there was still a need of continuous disease surveillance within this ecosystem, because we would come once a year and we'd vaccinate the dogs, but Ewaso Lions wanted something that would be sustainable to meet the needs of the dogs and cats, and also monitor are there actually diseases occurring, are there outbreaks, what can we do to help? And through that thought and concern, a program called the Community Animal Health Initiative grew out of Kura's Pride. And when I translate this is in Samburu, it's Ramat Ildain Osion Poke. It just means treating dogs and other domestic animals. And so that is why we have a mixture of domestic animals and wildlife at the bottom picture of this logo of our program. And so we have 4 main objectives within the Community Animal Health Initiative. One of them is dealing specifically with dogs. So we treat them in case they're sick. We vaccinate them against diseases that I mentioned. We also provide population control services so that they're able to have a manageable number to prevent enforcement, a big number of stray dogs. Another objective is, so within Kenya, if your animal is injured and it dies, the Kenya Wildlife Service compensates you for that animal that you have lost, your domestic animals. But unfortunately, when it's injured, there's really no one coming to attend to it. And so that is part of my work under the Community Animal Health Initiative. So if someone calls and they say their donkey has been attacked by a lion and has injuries, I rush and go and help them. And that is part of my work. Another really important role that I have in the Community Animal Health Initiative is disease surveillance. So my place is between the interface between wildlife, domestic animals, and people. And so I'm an in-between, looking, are the gravies sick? Are the donkeys sick? Could there be something that is popping from one side to the other? Are the domestic animals sick? Could the wild dogs also be sick, or the lions? So my work is working at the interface between wildlife and domestic animals, and linking up with the wildlife veterinarian in this area, and just alerting them that there could be an outbreak of a disease going on as I treat the domestic animals. And so the Community Animal Health Initiative does not work alone. We work as a team and with other partners. Animal Care Center and Vet in Wild are local organizations within our country run by 2 local veterinarians, who I'll talk about a bit in the next slide. But we also work in conjunction with the county government, the veterinary department, because it is their mandate within the Kenyan Constitution to deliver veterinary services. And so we work closely together with them to be able to give the services to this community. And so this is part of a team. I do not work alone, which is pretty good. I have a team that I can rely on. I mentioned about Vet in Wild. Dr. Stephen Chege is the founder and director of Vet in Wild. He has had quite a big, over 20 years of experience working with wildlife within Northern Kenya. And he's actually currently practicing as a private wildlife veterinarian here. And so he's really resourceful to us. Dr. Mosin is the founder and director of Animal Care Center. He has over 20 years of experience when it comes to small animal practice. So he really helps us in terms of managing the diseases, in terms of veterinary supplies. So when I'm here in Northern Kenya, it's quite far. It's about 8 hours away from Nairobi, our capital city. And so I don't have to worry about drugs. Dr. Mosin already plans that and gets them to me here, which really helps. You may all know of Shivani, Dr. Shivani, and you've heard of Kura and Nanyori. So they are based here with me, and they work with me every day to ensure our project is smoothly running and is working together in tandem with other programs within Ewaso Lions. And Solomon here is now, I literally work with him every day in our vet car. It's usually me and Solomon working together, moving around Northern Kenya in our mobile vet unit for domestic animals, reaching out to the community. And so this is how our mobile vet unit looks like. Because it's a pastoralist communities and the land is vast, so we move around with our car throughout the areas, setting up neutering camps, reaching out in case there's an emergency. So it has a table, it has a water tank, it has a canvas on top in case it rains or it's too hot. And so we are moving around Northern Kenya, working with the people to ensure one health. Very occasionally, and this happens quite a lot, I'm stopped on the road, and these are children in Westgate, a town near here, and they stopped me. They're like, "My cat is not sick, but I just want you to look at my cat." And so it really gives me so much joy to be able to do that, to help them. And people have known about us now, and so they call us, they reach out to us, they stop me wherever I'm going, when I'm going to fuel or where I'm going to town, they stop me and they tell me how their cat or their dog or their animal are doing. So that is how our veterinary unit looks like. So as I mentioned, one of our key objectives is vaccination. And so the Community Animal Health Initiative has been running for about 8 months now, since October last year, 2021. And so this is us vaccinating a dog against rabies and canine distemper. and he is called Longiron. And Longiron in Samburu language means the keeper of the donkeys. So Longiron is the one who guards the donkeys during the day. And we were vaccinating when he was waiting so patiently for the vaccine, which is quite rare because the dogs, they're not really used to being handled or vaccinated. So this was quite unique and lovely to see. And so for those 8 months, we vaccinated 248 dogs and cats against the diseases that I mentioned. This picture, I actually took it on Tuesday, a couple of days ago, and I went to treat these puppies. They had myiasis on their skin, so I went to check up on them and to see how they're doing. And so far, between October 2021 to date, we've treated about 121 dogs for various clinical diseases that has been reported to us. One of the very important things that we also do is population control in the dogs. So we do castrations and spays for the community dogs and cats. As I mentioned, when the dogs are on season and they move around the landscape, the probability of them getting diseases is really quite high because 10 or 20 dogs are congregating in one point. And so one of the main objectives we do is trying to help them to do population control, which they actually really demanded for it when we did a survey a couple of years back. So we are glad to meet that need. And this picture is when we were doing the first castration, and we had to take them through it because seeing a dog going under anesthesia is quite interesting for a person who's never seen it. And I remember when we did the first dog, they kept putting their hands on the heart and they were asking me, "Daktari, are you sure this dog is fine? We cannot believe this dog will wake up." And it was so nice to see how much they appreciated when the dog was all grown up and healthy and strong. And it's really lovely. I really enjoy seeing that every day. As I mentioned, one of our objectives as well is response to emergency. And this picture was, I had arrived about 4th of October, 2021. I think on the 5th, I had not even unpacked my bags in my tent. We got a call and we're like, "Doctor, you have to come. We have four camels that had been attacked by a lion and they had sustained quite severe injuries." And so we drove with our car and we went and we attended to this camel. We met them in December. They had moved to another location and the camels were all fine and already healed. So other than the carnivore attack, unfortunately, part of our emergency as well is when we do have rabid animals, which happens often here because rabies is endemic in our country. And so in this homestead, we had gone, there was a report of a rabid dog that had strayed, no one knew its owner, had come and bitten 2 camels within this herd. And so we tried our best to rush there as early as possible to give the camel a post-exposure just to prevent them from getting rabies. As you may know, rabies does infect other domestic animals, and so that's part of our emergency in case a suspected rabid animal does attack another domestic animal. Another very important work that we do is education, because conservation, disease surveillance, responsible animal ownership is all driven by the community themselves, driving it themselves. And so we try our best to empower the community to be able to appreciate and understand the needs that we're presenting to them. And on my left is us showing a film at night to a group in an area, to children and women and elders. And this is a film that was courtesy of Kura's Pride project that came up. And so we had a film in the Samburu language talking about how to be a responsible animal ownership, how to be a responsible animal owner. And that is one of the educational tools that we have. On my left is a poster that I had mentioned. We have a poster on rabies and distemper that is in Samburu language. And so it's very easy for them to understand what I'm saying when I show it to them and when I read out to them in the Samburu language. We also have a program for the women in partnership with the programs that are already running here. We have a Mama Simba program going on at Ewaso Lions. And so we partner with the women every Monday between 10 and 12. We meet with the women under a tree and we catch up on how we've been doing and we tackle a topic. The last topic that we did, that was on Monday, we talked about how to differentiate a healthy and unhealthy dog. And that is part of our educational program that we're running through the Community Animal Health Initiative. Unfortunately, sometimes it gets tough. And the worst happens. This was between January and about April this year, and we had an outbreak of canine distemper. And as I mentioned, it's very infectious. It's fatal to the dogs if nothing happens to them, if there's no medical intervention, and if they have not been vaccinated. And so this was us. On my left, this is a puppy. Unfortunately, this puppy passed on, and the owner lost 5 dogs because we had not been aware of these sick puppies beforehand. And unfortunately, we did our best, but there's nothing we could be able to do other than that. And on my left, this is Solomon. We had done back-to-back about 3 months of just moving around Manyatas, everyone calling us to be able to attend to their dogs, and we were exhausted. And I am so grateful because that outbreak showed us and showed the community how much this project was so much needed. And we had about 115 cases reported. We managed to attend 87 dogs, a team of 2 with 1 car. And we feel very privileged when we see those dogs right now healthy and alive. And even as we plan for our next vaccination campaign in a few months, to be able to protect these dogs against this disease. This was just the other day. This was on Thursday. Just next to the Ewaso Nyiro River, we went for a game drive, and we got to see these lions, and it was so exciting to see the impact of the work that we have, that we are able to protect them from diseases and seeing them healthy. This is a group that I mentioned. There are 5 lions living just right next to our tent, our camp, not too far from us. And these are puppies that were just about barely a few months old, and we were so excited to see them peeping and seeing how healthy they are and the impact of our project to their health. And it's really amazing how much this project has been much needed to them. Whenever we hear of wild dogs moving around, we are so excited because we know we had an outbreak between January and April, and we were so worried. We did not know whether the wild dogs would be affected. We did not know where they are. We did not know whether canine distemper had reached out to them. We did our best with the wildlife mobile unit, and we tried our best to contain the outbreak. And just a few days ago, the lion monitoring team told me that they had wild dogs not too far from our camp, and we were so happy that we were able to protect them and to protect domestic dogs from deadly diseases like canine distemper. And so just to wrap it up, it gives me so much joy every day to work with this community and to see them now coming to me and telling them, hey, my vaccination is due. You need to come and vaccinate my dog against rabies and distemper. Or seeing the collars that we gave them many years back through the Kura's Pride program, still there. And it gives me so much joy to see the dogs healthy and to see the impact of our project, not only to the dogs, to the community, but to the wildlife. And so I'll end it at that. Thank you so much for listening to me. Please write to us at ewasolions.org, at justkorea@gmail.com, and you can be able to see our work as we progress with our project. So thank you so much.
All right. Well, Jess, thank you so much for another great presentation. What really always shines through is how much you love what you do and how passionate you are about the work that you're doing.
I really do enjoy my job. I am one of the lucky few.
Absolutely. If you can turn your passion into your job, then it doesn't feel like work every day.
For sure.
Very cool. Well, I love the pictures of, you cruising around in that mobile unit where you can pull right up. It makes it so much easier for people. They don't have to travel. You come right to their door. And those stories you shared of people, excited to see you in the community, reminding you it's time to vaccinate their dog or their cat. I imagine it wasn't always like that. Was it kind of a gradual, get the trust of the community?
Oh, yes. Yes, it was. It was very gradual. It started with a survey first, trying to see whether they actually see it as a need in 2019. And 98% of the concerns that the community owner said is diseases is a major problem. And so through that, now seeing if it's actually a need for them and they need it, Kura's Pride Now program started out. But the project, it took time, thanks to the amazing work that Ewaso Lions has been doing. That really helped the project have a very firm base because they know of our work, they know of our love for the wildlife, and now they know our concern and why we actually have a program for dogs. to be able to protect our wildlife. So it was a slow process of them trusting us and even trusting me when I came at first, especially seeing a woman. So it was quite interesting for them to see, is this going to actually happen? So it was a slow process, but patience and gaining their trust and asking for their opinions is very important for them to see it's actually our project, not my project or our Alliance project.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the logo that you shared with the domestic animals looking at the wild animals. And I think when we think of Africa, we don't always think about the domestic animals. Sometimes we think about the cows because we think about the human wildlife conflict there, but we don't think about all the dogs and cats that are bordering the reserves, that are bordering the national parks, and how important it is for their health because they are going to interact with those wild animals, those wild species. So, I mean,
Sure.
The work you're doing is so impressive. I think you said 4,000 vaccinations.
Yes.
Oh,
that is as at last year. So we are planning our vaccination for this year, 2020.
Absolutely amazing. So I think to end off today, what's next for the program? What would you like to see happen next?
As I did mention, this area is a huge landscape of animals and people and wildlife moving for thousands of kilometers. And so our project is currently within one conservancy. And what I look forward to most is us expanding, because for us to be able to control rabies, we need to at least reach 70% of the dog population. And now that is like a drop in the ocean, but this is the beginning. So I look forward to having many more vet units, having a team of veterinarians, not only one, having more cars moving and reaching out to the pastoralist communities wherever they'll be moving to, at least reaching to at least 70% of the population of dogs within this area.
All right. Well, a drop in the ocean creates a ripple, and yours is a pretty big drop. You're doing amazing work. USO Lions is doing amazing work. I shared the link down there at usolions.org if you want to check out more on the website. Of course, if you would like to donate to help keeping this amazing work happening, that's the spot to do it. That's the spot to find more. Jessica, thank you so much for joining us twice this year, hanging out with us in 2 festivals. It was great to see you, and it's great to see the program continuing to grow and I'm sure inspire a lot of people.
Thank you so much, Joe, for having us. We're really privileged to be here. Thank you.
All right. Have a great Sunday. Happy World Biodiversity Day, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you.
See ya. All right. Great session with Jess. Like I mentioned, she joined us for one of our other festivals, the Women Blaze Trails Festival, every February. It was her first time ever doing a virtual event, and having her join again today to update on the project was really special. Very cool. We have our next speaker hanging out backstage. We have Astrid Anderson joining us. She's a conservation biologist, and her research focuses on wildlife trade and critically endangered yellow-crested cockatoos. She's a National Geographic explorer, a member of the University of Hong Kong's Conservation Forensics Laboratory and the Hong Kong Wildlife Trade Working Group. She's recently authored scientific papers on the trade of hippo teeth, shark fins, and elephant ivory. She's also the founder of Hong Kong for Pangolins. So I'm going to bring her in live with us right now. Hey, Astrid, how are you?
Hi, yeah, very good. Happy to be here on it's World Biodiversity Day, isn't it? So this is
certainly is. Yeah, we're thrilled to have you joining us. And pangolins came up in your introduction, and I don't know if you saw, we had a great event with Mark in Nigeria, and he rescues orphan pangolins and then reintroduces them to the wild. So it was a fun event where he had one of his young charges with him who was trying to look for ants in his ear. It was I can't believe he stayed so focused.
Yeah, that would be very distracting.
Yeah. Well, Astrid, it's so great to have you. I know normally you're in Hong Kong, but I believe you're coming to us live from Finland today. I'll let you take over for a little bit, and then we'll have a question or two afterwards.
Sounds good. All right. I will just share my screen. All righty. Yeah.
All right. It's loading. Looking good.
All good?
Perfect. You're good.
Okay. Yeah. So the title of my talk today is kind of interesting. It's Aliens in the City. And it basically alludes to one of the lesser known issues to do with traded species, which is what I focus on in my research. So Joe mentioned that, I work on a lot of different traded species and have done in the past, such as elephants or sharks or hippos, even pangolins. But one of the unintended consequences of trading wildlife is that sometimes if you trade it when it's live, they can escape, or even if they're kept as pets, they can be released or unintentionally released, or even intentionally if the owner doesn't want to keep it anymore, right? And then they find themselves in a completely alien environment, so to speak. So we see this occurring with exotic species that are traded in wildlife trade. And it's kind of an interesting angle. So yeah, as Joe mentioned, I'm Dr. Astrid. Oh, what happened? I'm a conservation biologist, and yeah, very happy to be here today to talk to you about this topic. So this map here is just to illustrate the connections that are made between countries and continents when wildlife is traded. This map is of mammals, birds, and reptiles that were traded live legally in 2014. So everything from like snakes to parrots to little, marmosets or something, and just the different trade routes that they take and they're shipped between. And as I mentioned, this can result in escapees forming wild populations in these new countries and in these new cities where they find themselves, and sometimes surviving there and just living in this alien environment. So often this actually is happening in cities. It's kind of counterintuitive. That's not what we would typically think. We would think, okay, wildlife, if it found itself in a weird place, it would probably run away from where the humans are, right, to the like natural bit. But actually, no, because a lot of the trade happens between major cities, and a lot of pets are kept by people living in cities, and a lot of the shops or markets where pets or wildlife is traded are found in cities. That's usually where they escape. And that's also where they can sometimes find food easily. They can find more places to hide and places to basically find ways to survive. And often it's actually parrots that are used as an example. There's a lot of parrots that live in cities where outside of the range where they're typically found. So in North America, I know there are macaw populations in Florida, for example, and there's also different rose-ringed parakeets that are living in cold European cities in the Netherlands and also in London, and just finding a way to survive there. And that's because parrots are quite good at adapting. They can be very, good at problem solving and finding a way to survive. They're also heavily traded. They're very popular as a pet. So it means there's more of them, more chances of them escaping and producing these ex situ populations, as we call them. So the species that I focused on for my PhD research was the yellow-crested cockatoo, which is this fella here. He's typically found in Indonesia, although Indonesia is massive. It's like all of this. The yellow-crested cockatoo is just found on these orange highlighted islands. There's still a lot of islands. That's where the species is native to, and they are heavily traded. So in the 80s and early 90s, there was 96,700 yellow-crested cockatoos exported from Indonesia legally. There's trade records and everything about it, and that was just all legal trade. But clearly it was too much, right? Because now there's very few of them left, actually. And in 2004, trade in wild-caught yellow-crested cockatoos was made basically illegal. So this happened before then and depleted the populations quite a lot. But since 2004, unfortunately, the demand has not, disappeared. So there is still illegal trade. Like in this photo you see here, there's a yellow-crested cockatoo stuffed into a bottle, and that was intercepted by Indonesian customs in 2014. So there were actually 23 of these guys, and it was some smugglers trying to traffic them, probably wild caught yellow-crested cockatoos, because the shipment was seized in Indonesia, where they are found in the wild still. And yeah, I guess they were probably destined to be sold in a shop or a market or somewhere, in a legal way, because you're still allowed to trade yellow-crested cockatoos that have come from a captive breeding facility. So if they've come from a farm or some smaller breeding facility. So, but it's difficult to tell the difference, right? If you're in a shop, you don't really know if it's come from the wild or if it's come from a farm. So yeah, now there's only 2,500 of these guys remaining, which is very small if you consider that there were over 97,000 exported in the 80s. So they're listed now as critically endangered in Indonesia. And as a result of the rampant trade, Hong Kong has an introduced population of these guys. So Hong Kong, Singapore, US, and Europe were some of the major destinations that these cockatoos were being transported to. And in Hong Kong, they've now escaped. Well, over the last 50, 60 years, individuals have either escaped because they're really clever and they can find ways out of things, or they have been released because they actually live for 70-ish years, 70. So they can outlive their owners. They're quite noisy. Hong Kong apartments are tiny, so it might not be the best place to keep a parrot like this. But yeah, anyway, there's now 200 of these guys flying around the very urban center of Hong Kong. And you can see them, across the island, the main island, where when you think of Hong Kong, the iconic image that comes into your mind is the skyscrapers, the residential buildings, the office buildings. And that's exactly where these guys are flying around, 200 of them, which is almost 10% of the remaining global population. So I actually, as part of my PhD, collated some sighting records from the Hong Kong Birdwatching Society, and noticed that most of the sighting records since 1964 are in the urban areas of Hong Kong Island. There's lots of green actually in Hong Kong. You don't normally see that in the, videos of tourism boards or whatever, but there are lots of protected areas. However, these guys, the cockatoos, they tend to stay in these areas of white on the map, which is the really, really super urban areas. And in huge groups as well. Especially in the evenings, they come together to roost. So they sleep in like kind of a communal situation. And this photo I took in Hong Kong Park, which is right in the financial heart of Hong Kong. These are all the buildings around are all like, major international banks, offices, bankers on their conference calls, and they have these critically endangered birds flying outside their window. It's kind of a crazy situation. But if you're here at like 6 p.m. during sunset, you will see loads of groups of cockatoos flying in from different parts of the city to come and roost together in this central park of Hong Kong, so to speak. And we've recorded up to 100 individuals there at one time. So they really like to come together in a group, and it's quite an interesting spectacle to see, these cockatoos screeching around in the center of the city. So in a way, it's kind of an interesting new area that people are starting to think about, is that cities can kind of act as safe havens for certain species that are maybe threatened in their native ranges. So for these cockatoos, for example, they are still being poached and smuggled, as you saw in the bottles and things in Indonesia to a certain extent. And they're threatened by habitat loss in Indonesia, right? So they're losing their trees that they need for the nesting and feeding and all that. Whereas in Hong Kong or other cities, they might not face those same exact challenges, So in a way, cities can provide these biodiversity arcs, as one researcher has called them, and maybe even prevent the global extinction of certain species. and be instrumental or important for future conservation efforts as well. So, I mean, and as well, they provide a nice opportunity to interact with nature. Like, I grew up in Hong Kong, and I remember walking around and just hearing these screeching and looking up and seeing this weird bird with this mohawk, I was like, what is that? And as a city kid, I didn't really see that sort of thing. So it was really engaging and interesting. And it's that typically species, when they come to a new environment, it's seen as a negative thing. And many times it can be a negative thing. So a new species can cause all sort of havoc in an ecosystem. But when we're talking about cities, which are already concrete jungles, completely changed by humans, not recognizable for what they were, before when it was natural, then we can maybe have this different way of thinking that maybe it's not such a bad thing, Maybe it could have some benefits. However, it's important also to acknowledge that in cities, the species that are there can face their own challenges and limitations and difficulties. So for these cockatoos, we have had a major overarching question. Me and my PhD supervisor, and now my postdoc supervisor, Dr. Caroline Dingle, and also Professor Juha Merilä. We're trying to figure out what is the conservation value of this population. Like, are they doing well? Are they healthy? Basically, these three elements. Number one, are they safe in Hong Kong? Number two, are they successfully reproducing? Are the young cockatoo baby chicks, are they surviving? Are they fledging? And number three, are they healthy? Are they genetically healthy? Are they inbreeding? Are they hybridizing? Do they carry diseases? This type of thing, because this is all very important to information if we want to figure out what role this population can play in the future of conservation for yellow-crested cockatoos. So for the first question, are they safe? There have been a few incidents recorded of cockatoo poaching in Hong Kong, actually. But because it's so densely populated, it doesn't really go unnoticed. So this happened in a residential area in Hong Kong, where someone that was just, minding their own business in their apartment saw this guy climbing up a tree and apparently reaching into a nest cavity that two cockatoos were using and just taking out the chick. So there's been a few also, I've seen on Facebook groups, some reports of people seeing this sort of thing, but it's pretty infrequent. But you can kind of see why or what the motivation would be behind this, because in the market in Hong Kong, we have also seen lots of yellow-crested cockatoos for sale. But as I mentioned, you can't really tell. You're allowed to sell captive bred ones, right? But you're not allowed to sell wild ones, though it's difficult to tell the difference. So you could get away with selling a wild caught one and saying it's captive bred, probably. So what we did as part of my PhD's research in the Dingle lab, me and some other researchers did these market surveys. We would basically walk around the bird market in Hong Kong every 2 weeks and count the number of different bird species that we saw and the number of individuals within that species, including the yellow-crested cockatoos. So we would get an idea of, during it was a 1.5 year period, how many yellow-crested cockatoos did we see? And we would note down information, about which individual shop they were found in. We would take photos if we could. We would say if they had a leg band with an ID number and what other birds were in the shop at the same time, just to try and prevent any double counting, So we ended up counting during this period, 2017-18, 33 unique individual yellow-crested cockatoos in the market, which, is more than there's only been records of 10 being imported in the last 13 years. So where have these other 23 individuals come from? Have they been locally bred, which is the legal gray area, so they're captive reared? by like hobbyists and things, or have they been taken from the wild in Indonesia and trafficked to Hong Kong and then sold in this market, or have they been actually poached within Hong Kong and sold in the market, both of which are illegal. And we developed a tool where, based on differences in diet between wild and captive bred cockatoos, you can tell in the feathers, with the carbon ratios especially, whether they've been feeding on a wild diet or a captive diet. So you can actually go to the market, well, the authorities could, the government, right, and take feather samples and then check if this bird has been feeding on a diet that is more like a wild bird. And yeah, so we did that. We published the results in a paper, and I can answer more questions if you want afterwards about it. It was, yeah, one chapter of my PhD. Another chapter was about the breeding. So are they reproducing well, as I mentioned? And yeah, they basically breed in these big holes, if you will, in the tree, in big trees. And myself and, again, members of the Dingle Lab would sit outside these cavities in Hong Kong. Most of them were very accessible. Like, as I said, in the major urban area of Hong Kong, you can see this fella. He has a bit of a balding on his head because of over excessive preening from his partner, her partner, actually, I should say. This is the female. Mute that. So yeah, we would sit by these cavities with our binoculars, and just every couple of days for the breeding season, which lasts about 4 months, trying to record, you know, if the juveniles poke their head out of the hole, and if they're being, or if the eggs are being incubated, or what stage of the breeding is happening, and then whether or not the juveniles are seen fledging, and if they're seen flying around being fed by the mother outside of the hole. Because once they actually fledge, they get out of the cavity and the nest, they actually look exactly like an adult almost. So it's difficult to see which one is the chick, but you can tell from the behavior of the mother feeding the chick. So that's another element of the research. And the last question that I'll spend a little bit more time on if I have time is the genetic health of the yellow-crested cockatoos in Hong Kong. So in order to assess that, we've had to actually get blood samples with the assistance of vets from the wild population. So to do that, we've been trapping yellow-crested cockatoos in Hong Kong with the correct permits and all of the correct assistance, and safely taking some blood samples from vets helping with that. And we now have over 30 yellow-crested cockatoo samples. It's actually been supplemented also, not just the trapping, but some, like this guy in the photo here, he was a rescued cockatoo, wild cockatoo that was found injured and then was treated at a rehabilitation center. And we cooperate with those rehabilitation centers to take blood from those types of cases as well. And if any, unfortunately, end up dying of natural causes and are found, we can also take samples from them. So now, I showed you the map before of the cockatoo sightings, right, across the last, since the 60s. This is the major park in Hong Kong that I was talking about before, where we see 100 individuals. These are some other roost sites to the east and west. And we now have samples from almost across the Hong Kong cockatoo population. So with this, we're going to do some genetic analysis to check, the questions that I mentioned. And to do so, we need to first just figure out the subspecies. Well, we want to figure out in Hong Kong, where did these birds come from? Which islands in Indonesia did they come from? Because it's kind of important to see whether they are pure or whether they've been mixing together. And as I mentioned, so if we zoom in on these islands where the cockatoos are found in Indonesia, you can see these 7 described subspecies, which are split between these islands. So this subspecies is found here, the orange crested is found here, etc. These are all 7 subspecies of yellow crested cockatoo. And these were described by Nigel Collar and Stuart Marsden, and they used museum specimens to decide that there were these 7 subspecies found on these different islands based on the differences in wing measurements and beak measurements and crest measurements and those types of things. So we have actually now got museum samples, small tissue samples from these museum specimens from these different 7 subspecies. And we have extracted DNA from them, even though they're like 150 years old, these specimens. But, now we're going to use that to compare with the Hong Kong samples that we've got, and to try and see, do they match, right? Do the Hong Kong individuals do they look most similar in their genetic sequence to the ones found on this island in Indonesia, or are they a hot mess and they're all mixed up? So yeah, that's basically the summary of my PhD research. And these are my 2 supervisors that I mentioned earlier and my collaborators. And yeah, I'll take any questions that you have.
All right, Astrid, thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Lots of information to digest. A few questions here while we have a few moments.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering about, how do people in Hong Kong feel about them? I know they can be loud. I know, potentially they could be a little destructive. Do they view them as a pest, or is there kind of an excitement that they're there in the city?
Yeah, this is a great question. We did actually do a questionnaire with Hong Kong residents that live in the areas where the cockatoos hang out the most. And the responses that we got were mostly positive. They were mostly people saying that they thought they were funny or interesting or like a lovely thing. There was, of course, a few complaints about noise and destruction. They tend to, be a bit curious about things and get into places. But overall, people were excited about them. And there was some also, people thought that they were the Australian cockatoo that is found there. So they look very similar to the one found in Australia, which is the sulfur crested. Yeah. It's very confusing. But they're not. They're the ones from Indonesia, which are critically endangered. And when we then contacted people and told them that, they were even more excited. They were like, wow, we have a critically endangered species here. That is amazing.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know from experience. I lived in Australia for a year, and the sulfur-crested cockatoos are beautiful, but sometimes really early, first thing in the morning, they're not your favorite. Yeah. They can be loud. Yeah. Okay, so you showed that distribution where they're really focusing on those urban areas. Is that because that's where they were released from? Could they survive in the other areas? Would there be enough food if they were in the more rural region?
Yeah, that is also a great question. So we tried to look into this as part of my PhD as well. And we kind of noticed a correlation between the urban parks where they were mostly concentrated and large distribution of large trees. So in Hong Kong, there was a lot of deforestation, like historically. So even though it's green, it's quite like smallish trees, Mm-hmm. Whereas in the urban parks, they were kind of maybe protected from that to a certain extent. So they have kind of most of the big old trees that the cockatoos need to nest in.
Right.
And also in urban parks, there's a lot of these exotic ornamental tree species planted that maybe fruit or flower and provide food in different parts of the year for the cockatoos that they can. So they kind of stick to that area for that reason, I think. But it is very interesting.
Okay. Yeah, no, it makes total sense. They need those bigger trees for the nest cavities. Yeah, it makes total sense. The paper you mentioned, where you could look at a feather sample and kind of look at the diet. It sounds like you have some results. What were you seeing looking at those birds?
So we saw a significant difference in carbon ratios between wild and captive yellow-crested cockatoos, because the wild cockatoos were feeding on a type of more plants that you find in the wild. So the flowers and fruits and things that you would find in the wild, whereas captive cockatoos were feeding on pellet food mostly, which contained corn. And corn has got a really different carbon ratio signature.
Sure.
So this was really apparent in the feathers, and that was super exciting because then we could, show this to the government and say, this is something that you could use maybe in combination with other tools to kind of try and figure out where these cockatoos are coming from. Because why are there so many in the market? It's really weird.
Yeah. Okay. So that's kind of the next step is now hopefully the authorities will dig a little bit deeper and maybe test some of those in the markets.
Yeah, we have actually a really good relationship with the government because Hong Kong is so small. It's great. We can just email them or WhatsApp them. And we gave presentations to the relevant people about our findings. And we hope to, take it further and actually apply this science to conservation because that's what it's all about, I think.
All right. Amazing. Okay, Astrid, thank you so much. Where can we follow along if people want to dive a little bit deeper? Can you remind us how we can do that?
Yes. Well, we don't have a Cockatoo website just yet, but you can follow me on Twitter or Instagram. Twitter, I'm AA Anderson, and in Instagram, I'm Astrid Alex Anderson. So yeah, that's where it is right now, where it's at. But we're hoping to develop more in the future.
Yeah, no, of course. All right, perfect. Well, Astrid, thank you so much for joining us. It's fascinating research, and the thought of cities as biodiversity arcs. I don't think a lot of people have thought about that. And there's certain species that cities just, they're well adapted to that city life, and yeah, I can see people being on board too because the concrete jungle isn't for everybody, and to have life around you is. Is really important, I think, just for health of people, mental health. And so, yeah.
And if they're designed well with good urban parks that have connectivity, they don't need to be urban ecological wastelands. They can sustain nature as well alongside people.
Yeah, absolutely. Astrid, thank you so much for being with us, joining us from Finland en route to Hong Kong. It was great to see you. Great to catch up on a little bit of your research. And of course, we're going to be following along.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks so much, Astrid.
Bye.
All right. Sticking with our area of the world where we just had Astrid, we are going to go a little bit over to Norway, and we're going to have another speaker join us. This is going to be a really interesting event. I hosted Andreas B. Heide not too long ago with a big group of classrooms where he shared his most recent expedition and the work that he's doing. And it's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely beautiful. The classrooms were so excited. He is the captain, owner, and mission director of the SV Barba. He's a professional sailor and marine biologist with a background as a military diver and naval officer, and extensive experience working with and for the ocean. And just to touch on that expedition briefly, which I'm sure Andres will as well, from June 1st to October 5th, the SV Barba sailed 6,000 nautical miles from Stavanger, Norway to the pack ice around the North Pole and back, stopping in London along the way. The purpose of this expedition was to explore the polar Atlantic ecosystem, assess its current health, and highlight its vulnerability to climate change and pollution. So coming to us live from the Barba right now, we've got Andres. Hey, Andres, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Joe. Thank you, and thank you for the introduction. And I'll show you a presentation today with some of the work we've done in the past and also last summer. So start up with that, a short video, half a minute, and then I shall introduce myself and the project. So bear with me for a second.
Yep. Perfect.
So you got that one, Joe?
Yeah, it came through.
Did you get to see the video all right?
Yeah, it played beautifully.
Okay, perfect. So yes, there was a video just setting the stage and showing some of the work we've done in the past, working with orcas in that particular case. And you did a good introduction of me. Essentially, Andreas Heide from Norway, expedition sailor, marine biologist, and diver. And I combine all these skill sets to use the sailing vessel Barba that I'm currently on as a science and communications platform, mainly in the Arctic. So I don't work as a scientist today. I support scientists because I don't have time to work full time as a scientist. Like operating the boat and having a know-how of how to approach wildlife, polar bears, and whales is a full-time occupation. And this is a photo of the boat outside Faroe Islands, where we're going back this summer. And you can see we've deployed a manta troll trolling for microplastic, but that was a separate project. So this boat is quite small, 37 feet or 12 meters, which is a small expedition boat, if you like. But that's also one of the reasons we've been able to do so much work in the field. It's reasonably inexpensive to operate in comparison with larger vessels, and we can still do great things out there. So I'll show you some examples now coming up next. And what we predominantly do is to work with whales, both because I'm very passionate about whales, but also because they are excellent at communicating ocean conservation to a greater audience. And what we see here is a photo of myself in northern Norway a few years back, approaching a pod of orcas, and you can see the orca calf behind its mother slipstreaming. In particular, last year we did our longest expedition to date, the Arctic Sense expedition, going from Norway up to Svalbard, all the way up to the pack ice, and then down to Jan Mayen, onwards to London and back to Stavanger. So that was 4 months and 10,000 kilometers, or a quarter of the world's circumference, if you like. So that was a long expedition. And in particular today, I'll talk you through the Svalbard part. And the Svalbard is a Norwegian island far up north, touching the ice edge of the pack ice around the North Pole. And we talk a lot about the animals, but and the boat. But the most important thing to the work we do that enables us to work in the field is the team. And I can't overemphasize the importance of having a good team, good people, good friends to do the work out there. And this is the team that circumnavigated Svalbard. To the left, we have Mark Romanoff, cinematographer from California. Next, we have myself wearing a red cap in honor of Jacques Cousteau, one of my superheroes. We have Julia Ercoletti, whale scientist from Rome. And then we have Tord Carlsen. He's a photographer and sailor from Norway. He's also a teacher. And next we have Arsikan Askin from Turkey, who is a science communicator. And then finally we have Ylva, who is a sailor and also a nurse from Sweden. So it's a good and diverse team. One of the things in terms of science, there are limitations to what you can do from a small boat in the field. But one of the things we are able to do is to use a PAMGuard system, which is an underwater listening device. So with this device, we can do sound recordings from the field, which helps us tell which species are in the waters, and also it gives an indication of abundance of whale species. And it's quite a complex system to operate on a small boat, but we were able to do so successfully. And here you can see a spectrogram which visualizes the sound recordings we're doing. And next, I'm going to play to you a sound recording of a pod of orcas that's feeding on herring. And I remember before starting to use hydrophones, looking at the ocean, I always thought it was like a quiet place. You would hear engine boats and so on. But since I started working with whales, I realized that there is a whole lot more to it. So this is a spectrogram which shows us the frequency and thus visualizes the sounds we're hearing. So again, this is a pod of orcas hunting herring, and here you go.
Andres, I just want to jump in for a moment. That didn't come through for us, but it did in the text. I'm wondering if maybe when you share, did you remember to tick the little box for the audio?
Let me see. I believe I did, but I could try to run that again.
Yeah, if you want to stop the screen share, let's try that again, because I think it would be really great for those tuning in to hear the sound.
Okay, let's see. Stop screen, share screen. I don't see any audio box, but let's. I can share the entire screen.
Yep.
Okay, I don't really see a audio box, but let's just try that again then.
Yeah, let's try it again. One other thing we can try, because it didn't come through for us, do you want to try and just take your headphones out for a moment and see if it switches to the computer sound? See if that works for us.
Yeah, I can do. Yeah.
You could unplug them just. Yeah, if you unplug for just a moment, maybe that'll work for us. And you just have to unmute, Andres, because when you unplugged, it puts you on mute. There it is.
There we go.
All right, let's try that now. Perfect.
So we got that one, Joe.
Perfect. Yep.
So are you there, Joe?
Yep. Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear okay. Sorry about that. But you got the sound recording this time.
Yep.
Excellent. So this was a pod of orcas hunting herring in the waters of Norway. And I think just bringing this awareness to people that orcas, it's not only a cool looking dolphin or whale, if you like, it's also a highly intelligent animal that's in the ocean. It's able to communicate with up to 50 individuals at one time. And I think that helps bring awareness to the ocean. And I think these animals have the same rights as we do. So moving on to another fascinating creature we've met multiple times sailing in the Arctic, including this summer, is a sperm whale encounter. And this is half a minute. Yeah, again, growing up in Norway, I didn't even know that we had these animals in Norwegian waters, but we certainly do, and these migrates all the way down to the equator. And again, bringing awareness to people that we have these animals around helps increase their protective status. And in terms of sound recordings, these sperm whales, we can hear them out to up to 10 kilometers away, which is very fascinating. And to my knowledge, it's the largest, it's the loudest animal in the animal kingdom. And they can dive to 3,000 meters and hold their breath for 2 hours. So it's one of my favorite whales. Moving on, this is Svalbard, where we encounter drifting sea ice. And on this ice floe, you can see a couple of walrus and the walrus was more or less extinct in Svalbard just a few decades back because of their ivory tusks, and also the Vikings would hunt them for their skin to make ropes for their Viking ships. But now we're seeing this walrus coming back in great numbers, and I think it's important to highlight these successful conservation stories as well in a time when we are seeing challenges at multiple levels. This is a map of the sea ice at the time, and you can see that the dense red, the red field is dense sea ice where we're unable to sail, but we sailed up to the orange fields of sea ice looking for bowhead whales and polar bears. And what we did find was a plastic barrel, so even up in this pristine Arctic there is plastic pollution. Which was somewhat sad, but we made the best of it. We recovered the barrel and we have brought it back to mainland Norway, where it's already visited one school as a part of an educational program we're running. And I think it's very important to, again, educate especially children, because they bring knowledge with them home to their parents. And I think, yeah, that's one of the things I'm a strong believer in, is education. Another encounter we had was we were going to a bird colony to collect a bird camera, where we encountered a polar bear mom and a cub. And it's a beautiful sight, but it's also a bit sad seeing these animals, knowing that they should have been out on the pack ice hunting seals. But hopefully these ones, they made it through the summer. So the summer is a difficult time for them because they rely on pack ice to hunt. So it's quite concerning seeing with global warming, retreating sea ice, and knowing how many species depend on the sea ice to survive, including polar bears. Another encounter we had, in a couple of hours, we met with 10 blue whales. And if you can imagine, the boat of the sailing boat is 37 feet or 12 meters. And these two blue whales, they're well above 20 meters in length. And again, the blue whales were almost hunted to extinction in the North Atlantic and in the Southern Hemisphere, but they're now showing slow and hopeful signs of recovery. So going out there, meeting with these whales and telling the story that they are coming back and that we can turn things around, that's important to us. And this is, as part of the scientific work we do, we also do ID photos, and like whale sharks, as we've seen earlier today, and most other animals, you can individually identify the whale with a photo. So if we go back in 10 years and take a new photo, we could see the same whale, or we could encounter the same whale in Iceland this summer. Furthermore, we used drones to fly above the whale with a LiDAR or laser instrument, which allows us to do an assessment of length and body conditioning. And this is work done by our scientific partner, Whalewise. It's a very dedicated research team in the UK. So I think that's as much time as I have today to talk you through some of the work we do from the sailing vessel Barba. You can follow us on Barba Boat at Instagram, or you can go to our webpage, barba.no. And then our next expedition is this summer, sailing to Faroe Islands and Iceland, where we will be looking for the enigmatic bottlenose whales. So that's rather exciting. So please, Joe, if you have any questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Andres, thanks so much. I love that image of the Barba next to the blue whales. It really gives you that size of the blue whales and the size of the Barba.
Yeah, and we have some excellent video recordings of that as well, but that's reserved for a documentary we're working on. So we have a 1-hour documentary coming out next year with covering the blue whale encounter as one of many animal encounters we had.
Why don't we take a minute, if you're able to move around, and just take a look at the Barba?
Absolutely. It's quite quick because it's a small boat. So we could start there. This is the navigation station where we have all sorts of instruments. And then here's the bow. So when we're on long expeditions, half of it will just be stuffed with gear. So one person sleeps in the bow, the saloon. And here we have the galley where we have a fridge, a gas stove, and all the things you need, basically. Here's the shower and the heads, the toilet. It's quite small, which is very good when you're at sea and being thrown around, because we do get thrown around a bit. And then in the back, we have 2 double cabins. So as you can imagine, when we're like 6 people and we have gear and food for 3 weeks, it gets quite stuffed. And then moving outside, you can see the boat. I've just anchored outside Stavanger. And here we have easy access to the water. So we can easily get off the boat and also back on the boat once we jump in the water. And it's quite a big part of our job is to work with film crews to document whales. And then hopefully the material finds its way to nature documentaries, which we've been featured in a couple already. So now I can't hear you.
There we go. Amazing.
Perfect.
It really kind of puts into context what it must have been like taking the Barba right up to the pack ice and right up into the pack ice. What were the logistics of that? What were you thinking about? What were you watching while doing that?
Yeah, the main thing, like I've done it so many times now, so it's experience, which allows you to make the right decisions. That's the main thing, really. And then making sure everything on the boat works. You rely on a lot of technical gear, satellite phones, the engine, diving gear, and camera gear and whatnot. Getting weather forecasts with the satellite phone. So communication is a challenge. But then also just being able to read nature, understand the currents, the ice, and how the wind will funnel through certain areas, and how just everything works, and making assessments in the field. And that's part of the excitement with the job, is kind of pushing the limits a bit, but still staying on the safe side.
Yeah, well, people have to visit the website. There's some amazing pictures, especially photos of the Barba in that landscape, that huge landscape of the ice. I like the picture that you have behind you. I think those images are so powerful.
Yeah, indeed they are. And it's a bit surreal to see these things myself sometimes, and realize that I've been there together with my team. So when we're there, it's hard work, and you don't realize it, but once you're back, you're wondering if it's actually happened. And so goes with swimming with whales as well. When you see these big whales underwater, it's quite something.
Yeah, and those moments must be pretty spontaneous when you find the whales, and I'm sure there's a few things you have to think about before you slip into the water.
Yeah, so we've done this for many years now. So we observe the whales over time to kind of try to assess the behavior before we get in.
Yeah.
And and also safety is a big thing. Not that the whale itself is dangerous, but if you get lost from the boat up in the Arctic, that's in the middle of the open ocean, that's something you wish to avoid.
Yeah, definitely. That would be a big deal. Not a great thing. So you mentioned a documentary on the way. Do you have maybe an estimate of when it might?
Yeah,
see the world?
next year, if we're successful with getting the additional funding, it will come out next year, and it's got the potential to be big, massively so. Especially since we had Mark Romanoff from California documenting it, and he already works with BBC and Nat Geo and Discovery Channel.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't help if we're out there and we're unable to capture it all with a camera. So
of course,
again, it's the team effort. I can't overemphasize the importance of having a good team.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't do everything on your own. If the little clip that you shared at the beginning is any indication, it's going to be just a beautiful feature. Now,
Yeah.
A big part of what you were doing was looking at the whales. And so I'm wondering, we saw some of the hydrophones, some of the recordings that you played of the orcas. What other kind of information are you taking when you see the blue whales, when you see the orcas?
Well, whenever you see whales, so first of all, our scientific whale work is coordinated by WhaleWise, which is the whale research team, and we are their ears and eyes out in the field. So whenever we encounter whales, we take note of the time and the location, number of whales, with species. Sometimes you have multiple species in one area: fin whales, humpback whales, dolphins. So you write down as much as you can, basically. That's the first thing we do. Then we try to do ID photos, sound recordings. In some cases, we fly the drone to get a, as you saw in the presentation, to using this software to assess the length and body conditioning of the whale. And then as part of the communication work, we try to film them as well, starting topside with the drone, also using 360 cameras. We have a 360 educational program that we're working on together with a few universities. And then when all that is done, that's when we see if there's an opportunity to get in the water and try to get some observations from underwater, both for scientific purposes, but also for storytelling.
Yeah, absolutely. The plastics, just touching on the plastics.
Yeah.
We saw that example where you found the big barrel. And we saw an example early in the presentation where you had that manta trawl in the water.
Yeah.
Were you looking for microplastics as well that far north?
Yes. So the manta trawl, that was from 2019, a separate project. But what we do know is that no matter where on the planet that you use this trawl, you will find microplastic.
Yeah.
So even up there in the pristine north, where you have no signs of humans at all, you can't even see an airplane, and you can be there for days without seeing anybody. You know that if you take a glass of water from the sea, it will contain microplastic, and that's, I don't know what to say about it, really. It's a gigantic experiment of which we don't know the outcome, but it's obvious that it's not beneficial for the oceans. And I think, again, the best thing we can do is to tell the stories of these animals here and show examples of how plastic ends up in nature. I could have included a photo of, we found a dead reindeer that had gotten its antlers entangled in plastic, and then it got eaten by a polar bear. So just finding these individual stories and bringing awareness, I think, that's the best we can do. Also, every now and then we do cleanups, and there is limits to how much plastic we can bring on this boat.
Yep.
But I think just personally going on a beach, picking up plastic, you feel like you're doing something with the problem, and then you bring a bunch of friends, and at the end of the day, maybe you've collected, a bunch of big garbage bags of ocean plastic, and so you've removed that from the ocean. You've had a good day out, and also you've made your friends aware of the problem.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got one more question here that I'm going to squeeze in from online. And this question is about a bit about the Barba in general. So what do you do on the days when you have no wind to sail? And then how does the Barba handle storms in the Arctic?
So when there's no wind, we typically use the engine. So we have an engine on board. So if we have no wind, going against the wind or in a tight spot, we use the engine. And then stormy weather, we try to avoid that at all costs, because we want to avoid risk when we can. So far we've avoided the worst storms, but we have been in situations when it's really rough. So then you reduce the sails to a minimum and just try to sail out of the weather system. And also we have additional systems. If we get caught in a perfect storm, we have like a series of small drogues that we can deploy from the stern of the boat, but I haven't had to test that yet in extreme conditions. So typically, like, the best strategy is to avoid it by staying ahead with the weather forecast and being on the alert.
Yeah. All right. We'll share these links one more time here. If you want to follow along, here's the website, barba.no. And then we also have the Instagram. So Instagram's probably the best spot to follow along for this summer, for July.
Yeah, I think so. I'd say both, but we'll primarily Instagram, and then we'll link to the webpage for more in-depth material.
All right, excellent. Well, Andres, thank you so much for joining us on World Biodiversity Day. Thanks for taking us into that Arctic world a little bit on board the Barba. And we look forward to following along on the expedition to the Faroe Islands in July.
Thank you, Joe, and keep up the great work you're doing as well. It's a team effort.
All right, thank you so much. Looking forward to hosting you with Classrooms again, and we'll talk soon.
Great. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See ya. Thank you. All right, another great event. And it's interesting the way that sometimes the events work out, where the schedule comes together. We ended up in 2 Nordic countries there, in Finland, and then visiting Norway. So very, very cool. All right, our next event will be starting momentarily. What I'm just going to do here is talk a little bit before we do start the event about one of the organizations that is supporting us with the work that we are doing. So we are really excited for the second year to have the festival supported by the Rolex Perpetual Planet Initiative. I'm going to share a link up here that you can follow if you want to check out more about this amazing initiative and the amazing Rolex laureates from around the world working on incredible projects. Over the last few years, we've been so lucky to host over a dozen Rolex laureates and hear their stories and them sharing their work that in part is supported by Rolex. So as the 21st century unfolds, exploration for pure discovery has given way to exploration as a means to preserve the natural world. Rolex continues their incredible legacy by supporting the explorers of today on their mission to make the planet perpetual. So I'm going to share a little video clip here to kind of take you into that world, and we'll jump into our next live event.
Explorers, adventurers, scientists, the ones who always broadened our horizons. We were at their side when they reached the deepest point in the oceans, the highest summits of the Earth, and both poles. We may think we've seen it all, that the world has its limits after all. But why do explorers, adventurers, scientists continue to venture out there again and again? Certainly not just for the record. So what do they seek, really? To understand more intimately how complex and delicate our planet is, to document its change and how we can affect it for the better. As long as they need it, we will be at their side. Because today, the real discovery is not so much about finding new lands, it's about looking with new eyes at the marvels of our planet, rekindling our sense of wonder and acting here and now to preserve this pale blue dot and make it perpetual.
All right. A huge shout out for that support and for the other groups that are supporting as well. Lenovo EDU, and of course we'll give shout outs as well throughout the day. Then the Sven and Kristen Lindblad, the Wanderlust Fund. So our next speaker should be joining us shortly, but I don't see them yet behind the scenes. I'm hoping we're not having a time zone mix-up, which can definitely happen over a 3-day event with speakers joining globally from all around the world. So we're going to give it another moment to see if Sandesh is able to come in and join us. It could be possibly a tech connection issue as well. We've definitely run into a few of those, especially with some of our events live from the field. Sometimes the connection isn't as good as it can be. So no worries. We do have a couple events that we have pre-recorded with explorers, with scientists, with conservationists in advance, because issues like this generally tend to come up in a 3-day festival with 60 to 70 speakers joining us from all over the world. So I'm going to play one more short little clip to highlight one of the speakers who has joined us so far this week. And if we aren't able to connect with Sandesh right now, maybe we can a little bit later today. and I'll share one of our pre-recorded sessions instead. So we have lots of little clips to choose from here. I think this time we'll grab one that we haven't looked at yet. So this will be a good one here. So this is about a minute clip, and this features Astrid Anderson, who we just saw joining us, and her work in Hong Kong. And so she's kind of got this 1 minute little clip here highlighting a little bit of Hong Kong nature, and then we'll go from there.
Getting people to be excited about nature is definitely my mission in life. I'm Astrid Anderson. I grew up in Hong Kong, and I now research urban biodiversity and how humans coexist with nature. Birds do have a special place in my heart. There is a huge variety of species right alongside the city. Pollinators are very important to maintaining a healthy native ecosystem. Their survival is crucial to the survival of humankind. These countryside areas also host a number of organic farms that coexist with nature sustainably. There's around 240 species of butterfly in Hong Kong. It's very important that we engage with and study and appreciate this abundant nature that we have here.
All right. Well, thanks to Astrid for our event this morning. And of course, a big thanks for that little video clip that we could play live during the festival. So no luck right now. So what we'll do is we'll change gears. We have a great little recorded presentation here that we can move in. Iris Berger is going to join us. She is a conservation scientist and National Geographic explorer who's currently doing her PhD field research in India, where she investigates how to achieve food security with the least cost to biodiversity conservation. She has conducted expeditions across the tropics to address these questions, from the Amazon to East African rainforests and savannas to now Indian forests and farmland. So she's in a really remote area doing her research right now, which is why we recorded this event in the first place. So give me a moment here to pop it up on screen, and then we will let Ingrid take over for a little bit with us. Here we go.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. And I hope you've been enjoying the Global Biodiversity Festival 2022 so far. I'm Iris Berger, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Cambridge. And I've been conducting expeditions across the tropics for almost a decade now. And usually I work in remote rainforests and savannas. But today I would like to talk about my PhD research in India, which actually involves working in agricultural landscapes a lot of the time. And you may think that sort of moving from
All right, change of plans, hitting the brakes on that. I see Sandesh backstage. Let me bring him in. Actually, I'm going to give a quick intro for him because I think that's the most important thing, that we should make sure we get a nice, good intro here. So Sandesh Kadur is joining us. He is a BAFTA award-winning filmmaker and National Geographic fellow. His work spans from elusive snow leopards in the Himalaya to the Okavango Delta in Botswana and the endangered Kemp's Ridley turtles in Mexico. His documentaries have aired worldwide on prominent networks such as National Geographic, the BBC, Netflix, Discovery Channel, and Animal Planet. Sandesh will take viewers on a journey into the Himalaya today during his talk. But before I bring him in, he did share a little video clip with me that he asked if we could share. So let me get that video up on our screen for us, and then we'll bring Sandesh in and say hello, see how he's doing today. There it is. Here we go. All right. Wow, that was great. That was such a well put together clip there. I'm going to bring Sandesh in right now. Hey, Sandesh, how are you?
Hey, hi, Joe. I'm well, thank you. How's it going?
Good, good. It's been a busy weekend. We've been bouncing all over the world. It's been a busy Sunday, World Biodiversity Day. So great to have you joining us for a little bit today.
Thanks so much. We just spent our morning up in the canopy and took a little while to get back down here, and I think I was on the wrong time zone trying to wait for your for the talk. So yeah, thanks for hanging in there and waiting to get this started.
Oh no, of course, of course. I know you're in the field, so just being able to connect with you is a real pleasure, and we're looking forward to you taking us into the Himalaya a little bit. Do you need to share your screen today, Sandesh?
Yeah, let me try doing that right now.
All right, so that share option at the bottom, the very first option for share screen, an entire screen tends to work the best, that very first option.
Yeah. Just open up this. Okay.
Right. I see it
think
loading.
I'm sharing it.
Yeah, it's just loading up now. I think the connectivity might be a touch slow. We're getting the wheel, but that means it's loading. So that's good.
Okay. Well, I'm in a pretty remote valley here in the mountains. So we've just finished an expedition for the last 30 days. So we're back in connection only in the last 48 hours. So I hope this connection holds strong.
Yeah, so far so good, Sandesh. We see the screen. If you go ahead and jump in, we're ready.
All right. Is the I guess you can see the screen. I can run through it now.
Yeah, the screen looks good, Sandesh. We can see it. It came up nicely. Yep. Sandesh, it looks like you can't hear me at the moment, but the screen does look good. The screen looks really good. Let me just try and change the setting, but the screen looks good. We're ready.
Okay. All right. So I shall just go ahead then. So yeah, it's great to have this talk sorted out. I mean, we're ready on Global Biodiversity Day. We've got a lot of things to share. When most people think about the Himalaya, the first thing that comes to mind is snow-covered peaks, high mountains, barely any oxygen, and here I am sitting in a light T-shirt. And the other thing that comes to people's mind is, of course, snow leopards. And of course, if you add to all of the other things in snow leopard habitat, yaks, and if you look in the background, there's some ibex as a little partridge. Now, that is, of course, the typical Himalaya and the typical notion that comes to people's mind when anyone says Himalaya. This is what they see. They see the snow abode, and that's what the Himalayas are. It's the abode of snow. But where I want to take all of you today is not into the lofty, snowy mountain peaks we all know so much about. It's actually into the area underneath the glaciers, below the glaciers, and above the floodplain. And this is where there's an entire hidden world, a completely hidden world, and that's what this journey is all about. Just going to try to make this one full screen. into hidden are expedition. It's the Siang got started National Geographic Society a couple of years ago, and they funded into spending time over the last decade with Prof. US Dr. Barba. He's a pioneer in this scape and on several projects together, table books, and the one was about an area of India, the biodiversity hotspot, and that book made a lot of impact. Based on, we decided we'd do another book, and this time it's going to be about the Himalaya. We, of course, didn't want to take on the entire Himalaya in one go. So we said, let's focus on what is perhaps the most biodiverse part of the Himalaya, and that is the Eastern Himalaya. The Himalayas between Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, all the way to Arunachal Pradesh. Now, this stretch of the Eastern Himalaya has two of the deepest gorges on the planet. I mean, these gorges are 5 vertical miles in depth. They're on the far western side, you have the Kali Gandaki Gorge in central Nepal. And on the eastern side, you have the gorge that I am currently in, the Siang Gorge. Now, these are two defining boundaries for this mountain range. There's a life that has not crossed the gorge side to the other, and it kind of defines this one landscape, and that kind of became our boundary to do this project about the Eastern Himalaya. And over the course of 5 years, we kind of went step by step from the floodplains, from this place called Kaziranga, one of my most favorite parts of India, which is a big, tall, moist grassland. The grass is so tall, it even hides elephants. It's an amazing place, and it's India's little Serengeti. And this grassland is on the floodplains of the Brahmaputra River. The river floods. As a matter of fact, this is the time that it's currently about to flood again this year. And when it floods, the animals get pushed towards the mountains on the southern side. And that flood is what brings in minerals from the Himalaya, all the minerals, all the different species of fish, everything, lots of things come in and really makes that floodplain what it is, and the reason why it's so rich in life. And it supports an amazing population of the one-horned rhinoceros. It is the place where you have all our big 5. It has Asiatic elephants, water buffalo, rhinos, the swamp deer, the Barasinga. It's a place. It has the highest density of herbivores in this part of the world, really. And as you get up into the mountains, you start seeing the snow leopard, but you start seeing an even more elusive animal, the clouded leopard. And that's been one of the felines that I've been going after the last couple of years, and finally managed to capture it on a camera trap for my documentary, Wildcats of India. So that was really amazing to get this cat on camera. And this area also hides a lot of other amazing secrets, like the Atlas moth. As you get higher up, you get into the world of the plants, primulas. Of course, we have the golden langur, and there's a whole variety of species, herpetofauna, that many of them are endemic. Many of them, this is the Rhacophorus, it's a tree frog. This is the green rattlesnake and glass lizard. This is a legless lizard. So It looks like a snake, but it's actually a lizard here. And then you have species like this, Chapalura. It's a species still waiting for a name. We found this on our expedition to the Eastern Himalaya a few years ago, and it's been 10 years, and there's still not a name that's been put on this species. We are very, very behind in our taxonomy in terms of identifying species. As a matter of fact, in one of the reports that came out between 1998 to 2014, there's over 500 species, 500 new species of plants, amphibians, fish, birds, invertebrates, all sorts of species, over 500 has been accounted for. And just our expedition right now may add probably another 100 species to this list. I'm not an expert yet to say that, but we've had an exciting month, and I'm actually going to take you out to meet our team and give you a quick debrief of how things have been over the last month or so. But like many places with rich biodiversity, there are a lot of threats, and road building across the Himalaya being a very devastating way of destroying this landscape. Dams, just the state of Arunachal Pradesh, where I am, there are nearly 200 dams being planned along these rivers, where we haven't even accounted for what species live here. Dams are being built before we even know what's there. So we're never going to realize or even know what we've potentially lost or going to lose. And dams is the other bad part about it is in the Himalaya, you have a lot of erosion. So with that, you have dams that are going to fill up and be absolutely dysfunctional in the next 10, 15 years. As a matter of fact, I sat with a dam engineer who commented with me and said, "Oh, these dams last a long time." And his definition was 15, 20 years. So you can see the short-sighted mentality of the kind of development, destruction that's going on in one of the most biodiverse parts of the country. Our job, again, is to go and document some of these landscapes before they are doomed by dams. And by putting dams, we don't even know the long-term impact it's having on sustainable livelihoods, living on small fish downstream, and the millions of lives that these dams will actually affect in a negative way once they are built. And when you think of those big long-term destructive projects, little bits of poaching here and there, hunting, becomes very minuscule in comparison to the power that we have as humankind to destroy landscapes in ways that are just not repairable. And we really need to rethink the way that these sensitive landscapes are used for our benefit, but in ways that are sustainable. Yeah, I'm just going to skip through our couple of slides going into clouded leopards. This was one of a very promising story that we did on clouded leopards that came out as a documentary. But my job as a storyteller is bring together stories of hope, bring together stories that unite people to a common cause, and that cause is that of sustainable conservation of landscapes, which are, of course, inhabited by many different people. And these people need to retain their cultures, retain their identity, but at the same time, they are the stewards of this landscape. And I fear that in our race to modernize and in our race to get ahead of our neighbors, we sometimes are putting not just biodiversity at risk, but also the ethnic diversity of these landscapes. And as a storyteller, I try to bring in the cultural as well as the natural forms of life, and put them together in a story that binds people and unites people to become a part of this landscape and not become a destructive force that we sometimes that we are. And then taking this book to the Dalai Lama and presenting it to him, as he is one of the main stewards of this landscape in the Himalaya. He can further the message of conservation and bring about the message of hope, which is what we need. Hope and action is what is the need hour. And with that, in the process of the research that led to the making of the book about this part of the Himalaya, we came across the zoological results of the Abor expedition. This was a punitive expedition by the British in 1911, 1912. And during that time, they were trying to find the source of the Brahmaputra River. And on that expedition, they literally collected every single frog, tadpole, reptile, invertebrate, and they drew out all these meticulous sketches. And it's probably one of the most amazing, detailed descriptions of the zoological and floral diversity of this landscape. And there's very few places in the world where you can go and find such an incredible volume of work that was done over a century ago. So we decided that it would be an amazing thing to go back 100 years later, go back up along the Siang, and go and find all the things that they found 100 years ago and see what we can find right now. As a matter of fact, we are ending our expedition and coming here right now, and we started the expedition on Earth Day, and we've ended it now on World Biodiversity Day. So I'd love to take you out and meet the team that's here with me right now. They're all working in their different corners. So if we can, Joe, if we can switch over to our video call, I'd
Yep.
love to take this laptop and get everyone to kind of like meet the team that's out there who's been exploring this landscape, and they'll have some amazing tidbits of work. We have everyone from an entomologist to a botanist to a molluscologist to a person studying reptiles, herpetologist, mammals, everyone. They're all here. So I'd love to take this camera out and take you for a spin to show you what's going on out there.
Sandesh, can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, and can you see me? Are you back on the call screen?
Yes, I'm on the call screen now.
Perfect. Let's do it. Let's meet the team. This is great.
All right. Let's see if I need to carry my hotspot with me.
All right.
All right. So we're in a place along the Siang River. It's called the Abor River Camp. That's where we are at. And this has become our bit of a base camp after living out in some rustic places over the last couple of weeks. So our first person right here, all right, meet Priya Singh. She's been out studying rodents, and she's currently cleaning the rat traps.
Hi, Priya Singh.
What's been your experience?
Oh, well, it's been bittersweet, I would say. We've had great luck with some species and not such great luck with other species. Mammals are generally hunted in this landscape, so we've been struggling to get them on our cameras or in any other way. But yes, we did find a very interesting species of butterfly, and this is a butterfly that was described in 1915, and after that it was seen only once in 2016 in a place about 500 kilometers west of here as crow flies, I would say. and we came across a significant population of this species here. It's called the Kalinaga arborica. That's the Latin name, and otherwise it's called the dark freak. And so, yes, that was very exciting.
Super, thank you. Yeah, so that's the butterfly that's actually gotten everybody excited. She's just made a post about it on Instagram today. As a matter of fact, if folks can follow hashtag Expedition Siang, they'll see a lot of our quick highlights that we are starting to put out. So that's the Kalinaga, first time or second time seen in over 100 years. So that's pretty cool. Oh, and here's the rest of our big team over here. They're in the middle of packing all their stuff. All right, ready, Ganesan, for your highlight? So here's Ganesan. He's our botanist. Naba, that's Naba, and Ganesan, both from A-Tree, Ashoka Trust. And you can tell us about your highlight today's quick highlight.
Yeah, today's highlight will be about a tree that has been collected in 1911 by the accompanying botanist of this punitive expedition, Mr. Burkle. So he collected this specimen from the meanders of Siang River, the same location, just in the backyard of our abode camp, and it has been described as a new species of Hopia genus from this area, and it has a name that fortunately the botanist retained the local name Sing. Sing means tree, and King means the sound of the dove when it is used to cut the tree. So the Siang indigenous community, Adis, extensively uses it to build their houses, and few of them have proudly showed pillars and rafts in their houses that has been used by their grandpa. And they are very excited to get to know that internationally that particular plant species is known as Sinking. So that really excited me because after 1911, no botanists have really documented its presence here, and internationally it has been considered that it has gone extinct. So, the resurrection of this particular species from extinction is a real highlight of the day.
And no one had ever collected the flowers even back then. So these are the flowers of the Sinking tree that he's just gotten today, as a matter of fact. So there's a lot of writing up that that needs to be done about all these cool species that have resurfaced, that have been found again.
Wow, that's amazing, Sandesh.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm
Yes.
Arvind. I work on freshwater and terrestrial snails. It was an exciting 1 month expedition here in East Siang district of Arunachal Pradesh. After 1912, no malacologist ever came here and surveyed or collected land and freshwater mollusks. I could collect more than 70 species after 110 years, and probably many of them and some of them share the biota with the Chinese elements as well as from Southeast Asian region, and probably there may be many more species to be discovered from this region. Yeah.
Yeah, so lots of exciting stuff on the snail world. And here's Surya, our herpetologist.
Hi, hello. Been here for a month now, exploring the whole Siang Valley. Came up with a lot of expectations, looking for a lot of reptiles. Actually got a lot more. And in the Bur expedition, I think they got a lot of reptiles, and I actually got quite a few more than what some of those they missed. So it's been a very interesting trip here. Hope once we get back to lab, we'll know what these are. Some of them I don't know what it is. Let's go back and check.
Thanks, Surya. Yeah, so you've met most of our team. A couple of people have left, but we've got a moth light on. I don't know how I'm doing on time, Joe, but you can just give me a quick warning, and I can wind up quickly. But I'll just take you to our moth light. We've got a black light out, and we've been getting some amazing insects. The insect fauna, invertebrate fauna here is just astounding. And today's our first day where it's actually stopped raining. So I can actually walk around with my laptop now. Otherwise, it's just been pouring rain and pretty miserable.
If you can still hear me, Sandesh, can you still hear me? Okay. Okay.
I can hear you fine.
The screen froze. We still hear you loud and clear, but we can't see what you're seeing at the moment.
Okay. Let me just stop here. I think I'm walking too fast. I'm just going to get to the black light.
Yep.
To the moth light, and then I'll stop here.
Yeah, that would be the perfect spot to end off, Sandesh. Oh, here we go. You're back.
Okay, I'm back. Here, come, Ranjit, quickly, give us let us know what all you've.
Hi.
How's your insect time been in the Siang?
Oh, it was very nice. Oh, we got so many interesting insects. You can see from right here, so many beetles, flies, and honeybees here, and praying mantis here. Some cool moths here. You can see all the insects.
So Ranjit's being very modest. He's probably going to be naming the most number of species on this trip. He's every other day he comes up to me and says, "This is a new species. This is a new species." So he's probably got a dozen new species every day. So yeah, lots of cool things that we're going to be seeing, and keep in touch over the next month or two. And there's going to be a lot of exciting new discoveries we're going to be posting up.
Sandesh, thank you so much. Oh, I am so jealous of you and your team right now in such an amazing area and finding so much new biodiversity. And best of all, you're going to bring it back to everybody, Sandesh. And that's what's so important. We have to know what's out there. We have to know what we stand to lose. Sandesh, thank you so much for the work you're doing and the work of your team.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, everyone. Have a great World Biodiversity Day, and thanks for doing this.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Sandesh. Good luck. Follow Expedition Siang. I have the hashtag up there. Thank you so much to your team. Have a great rest of your evening.
Bye.
All right. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that was so amazing. These live connections from the field have been working out so well this weekend, from remote gorges in India, and finding this incredible, in the Himalayas, this incredible biodiversity. We could lose 200 dams slated for this area. We don't know what biodiversity we're going to lose. And some of those dams are only going to last 15 to 20 years. That is not a good investment. That's not a good trade. Our planet's biodiversity for, a handful of years of electricity. So the work Sandesh is doing is amazing. We're definitely going to have to catch up and feature all of the new species and things that are coming out of this incredible expedition. So I'm going to bring our next host in, a veteran of many of our festivals. We have Brianna Rowe joining us. Brianna, why don't you give a little introduction?
Hello, good morning, Joe. Happy World Biodiversity Day.
Yeah, Brianna, it's so great to have you live with us.
I wish I could be out in the field. That looked so cool.
I know. We've got to do this festival live from the rainforest next year or something.
Definitely. Yeah, well, I'm so happy to be here today. My name is Brianna Rowe, and I have studied elephants. I have gone to Canyon Cristales, Red Rivers. I've reported with you, Joe, and into hundreds of classrooms, working with kids and sharing my love for biodiversity and for conservation.
Awesome, Brianna. Well, we're lucky to have you. You've got a great stretch of speakers coming up. I see our beloved Toucan Rescue Ranch backstage. So I'm out of here. I'm going to let you take over for a bit.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. Great. Well, we have a really exciting speaker to begin. We are going to travel down to Costa Rica and meet Andrea Quiros Vargas, who is live at the Toucan Rescue Ranch. I'm really excited because today we get to go on an all-access walk of the wildlife sanctuary. The Toucan Rescue Ranch rescues, rehabilitates, and releases Costa Rican wildlife. At the sanctuary, we might find parrots, toucans, macaws, owls, sloths, spider monkeys, weasels, and much more. If you don't know, Costa Rica is known for its biodiversity. Let's meet Andrea, our tour coordinator. I'll bring you in here.
Hi.
Hello, welcome. So excited.
Hi, thank you, Vienna.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about yourself, about Costa Rica and the ranch where you are right now.
Of course. So as you were saying, my name is Andrea. I have been a tour coordinator for a year. I've been working here for over a year and a half, almost 2 years already. And I'm in love with this place. I'm in love with what we do here at the ranch. All of the animals, of course. I mean, I'm really, really lucky and so blessed to be working with so many amazing animals every single day in here. And more importantly, I get to educate people about our amazing wildlife here in Costa Rica. So myself, I am a manager of natural resources, and I've always been in love with animals. I've always wanted to be involved with working with animals. So this was a really good opportunity when I had the opportunity to join the team as a tour guide, and to keep on communicating people about our animals. And it's something that I really, really love doing. And so just to tell you a little bit more about the ranch, you already said mostly like our mission, rescuing, rehabilitating, and rewilding. So here at the ranch, we're actually divided into two. We have a rescue center and we have a sanctuary. So the rescuing, rehabilitating, and rewilding, it is done mostly on the rescue center side. And so every single animal that we receive, we try to give them that second chance so that they can go back into the wild. That's one of our main goals in here. And then if an animal, especially the ones that were kept as pets, or if they're really injured and cannot make it back into the wild, then those ones, they will stay here at the sanctuary with us, and we will try to, provide them a home for the rest of their lives in here, which is also really, really cool, because all of these animals, they basically become ambassador for their species. And so being a rescue center, rescuing so many animals that come from different situations, especially electrocutions with these guys, the sloths, and so many more. Actually, having the animals in here and having those animals that were rescued because of them, it is really, really important for people to know what can they do to help all of these animals in here. So I'm joined by Colin here, or he's drawing. We're gonna get to meet Colin in just a second. You're gonna see that he actually looks really, really just like this drawing here. So I'm gonna take you guys first on the sanctuary side of the property. We're gonna get to see some sloths, and I actually have a really wonderful surprise and a really cute surprise for the end. So I'm pretty sure that you all are going to love it. All of the sloths were awake a while ago, but it just takes a couple minutes and then they just go back into their buckets to sleep. But I still have some of those sloths in here, and so I'm gonna flip my camera here so I can show you guys our sloths. So right now I'm gonna show you our permanent resident sloths. This one over here, this one is Millie. She is really, really special to us because she was the first sloth we ever got to rescue. And so back in 2004, our amazing founder, Leslie, she started rescuing just toucans, parrots. She only had knowledge with birds. And actually, she got started with toucans because back when she arrived to Costa Rica, after such a long time, she realized that in Costa Rica, we didn't have a lot of places that would work with or conserve toucans. So that's why she got started with the Toucan Rescue Ranch in 2004. Then in 2007, she made a trip to the Caribbean side. She saw some baby sloths over there on the only place that was working with them at the time in Costa Rica. And of course, she fell in love with the sloths. But she was like, okay, they're cute and everything, but they're not my thing. Boy, was she wrong. Like, she was really, really wrong about that. After a while of considering about it and having her husband bugging her saying like, come on, Leslie, let's rescue a sloth. She was like, okay, let's rescue an adult one that we can rehabilitate, and then we'll take it to the farm, which is now our release site. And so she talked with the guys from the Ministry of Environment, and they were so happy that there was someone here in the Central Valley that was willing to work with sloths. And so they called Leslie one day, and Leslie was expecting an adult sloth, almost like the size of Millie. And she prepared like these really big kennel and everything. But no, she received a teeny tiny baby Mealy. She was a couple months old when she arrived, and Lucy was so shocked because she had no idea how to work with Mealy, and how to raise her and how to, just take care of her. And everyone that she was talking with, they kept on saying that she shouldn't get attached to Mealy because she was not going to survive. And so a few days passed by, she was actually succeeding with Mealy, and she named her Milagro, which is miracle in Spanish. So she is Mili Milagro, and she has been with us for nearly 15 years. This was her quinceañera year, so she is now a 15-year-old, and she's so adorable. And now, because of Mealy, is that we got to start rescuing so many other sloths, and up until now, we have our Saving Sloths Together program. If you saw Andres' presentation yesterday, our vet supervisor, he was talking a little bit about the Saving Sloths Together. I'm going to go more in depth about that program in just a second. But if it wasn't because of Mealy, we wouldn't have been able to, rescue so many babies right here. And so she's a really spoiled girl, I do have to say that. She loves her bucket and her blankets, and it is really fun because she will throw up a tantrum if she doesn't have her blankets, and she will not get to sleep. So it's actually quite fun to see that side of her personality. And of course, when we got to rescue Mealy, we were told that it was not possible to hand raise baby sloths and then put them back into the wild. And again, boy, were they all wrong, because we have been able to rewild a lot of baby sloths. And so that's also a really, really exciting part of our program here. And so we have these permanent residents. We have Mealy, we have Milo, who arrived just after Mealy. So he is also one of the original ones. He's having a scratch over here. Then we have Georgie, who decided to sleep. He did not want to come out, but that's Georgie. He's always on really weird positions to sleeping on his bucket. It's really fun to see him sleeping. And we also have some other 2 permanent residents that they actually joined the Saving Sloths Together program. One of those was Stevie. Looks like she ate a flower from her nose, I can tell. And so Stevie and Latte, they joined the first two generations of the Saving Sloths Together program. And so basically with that program, we're trying to raise orphan baby sloths so we can take them back into the wild after they are adults and after they prove us that they can survive on their own. Sadly for both Stevie and Latte, it was not possible for them to go back into the wild, mainly because they did not have what it takes, to survive on their own. Stevie, for example, if she was not around people, she wouldn't eat. And so we saw a pattern that she would start losing weight a lot when she was by herself. And so we just had to, take the decision to keep her here. With Latte, she's sleeping, but we tried a couple times and we just saw that it was not for her. Like the wild was definitely not for her. So she became a permanent resident and an ambassador for her species. And so let's talk a little bit about sloths. Again, if you saw Andres' presentation yesterday, you might have learned a lot of different things about them. It's always really, really cool to hear Andres talking. And so one of the really cool things about sloths is that a lot of people, you instantly think of a sloth and you think of a really lazy, slow animal, probably a cuddly, harmless animal. And they're definitely not those things. These guys, they're actually slow, not because of the way they move. They're actually the slowest animal on Earth because of their metabolism. Their metabolism is extremely slow. Like it can take up to a month for them to digest what they eat on a week or so. And so These guys have 6 chambers in their stomachs. They have they have not a lot of bacteria, but they have a bacteria that will help them digest all of those cellulose and the leaves and everything and process them. But it takes a while. Also, they only go to the bathroom once a week because of that slow metabolism. And for them to go to the bathroom, they have to go to the ground. And so they only poop on the ground. I'm pretty sure that Stevie, it is her pooping day today. Right now, you cannot see that. But if she turns to her side, there you go. You can see that she has a huge belly, like she's about to explode. She's not pregnant. She only has a lot of poop inside. So I'm pretty sure that she's definitely gonna go to the bathroom today. Thank you, Stevie. Also, these guys, when they are getting angry or they need to defend themselves, they can be really, really fast whenever they need to be. Or also if there's a female calling for a boy, so you know they can mate and kind of have more baby sloths around. And so I'm gonna go to one of our stages of the Saving Sloths Together program. And so here we have a whole school system for them. So before the sloths go back into the wild, they have to go through certain stages. And so they have to go to the nursery. I'm gonna go there in just a bit. They also have to go to elementary school, where I'm actually right now. Then they head over to high school and then college. And when they get to college, that means that they are way closer to graduate and going back into the wild. And so I have 3 babies in here that are in elementary school. And so this would be, I cannot see your faces. This would be Colin. This is Tallulah. This is the one from the drawing. And then we have Serena, always sleeping and always by herself, which is actually a good thing because sloths are actually solitary. They do not live in groups or anything. And ever since she got here, she's always been like independent on that sense, that she doesn't want to be with other babies. She actually fights a lot with the other babies if they don't respect her territory. So those are really good behaviors that we want to see on the babies as they grow up. However, Colin and Tallulah, they've been together almost since day one, since they arrived in here. And so with the babies, we try to raise them together so they can learn from one another. It's easier for them to transition to a life in the wild as well. And then eventually they will start weaning themselves off of each other. And so they will get tired of being with each other and they will start fighting. So it's really fun to see all of that process. And so what means to be in elementary school for a baby sloth? Basically, they're here on this structure. Let me back up a little bit. And so this structure on our sloth house, you can see that this is all for them. And so they got a lot of branches and a lot of places where they can climb on. They also have lots of leaves. I actually interrupted the sloth intern while she was doing this. I'm gonna go with her with the surprise later. You're gonna see why I had to interrupt her. But these guys will always have lots of leaves available for them to eat whenever they want to eat. And so here they'll learn to be a little more independent. We will start weaning themselves from milk. So when they're in the nursery, they drink milk for around like 5 times a day. Here in elementary, they get to drink almost like 3 times a day. So it's, this entire process of weaning themselves. But it's really, really good for them. There you go, Colin. And so I'm going to go now to the nursery so I can show you some other babies. And if both of them are awake, I can actually show you 2 3-finger sloth babies, and I can start talking about their differences. Because even though they're sloths, they're so different from one another. They're not even that closely related to each other. We humans are more related to chimpanzees than both species of sloths are to each other. And so that talks a lot about them. What happened there was convergent evolution. So they basically evolved with similar characteristics and behaviors. And so I'm here at the nursery. If you've ever seen a presentation with our founder, Leslie. This is actually her porch. So she still lives here at the ranch, and she takes care of the teeny tiny babies. This is Celine. She is a really wild baby. She does not like people at all, which is really good. She arrived a couple weeks ago with her mom, Padme, and unfortunately, they were attacked by what we think was a dog. Fortunately, they didn't have any like big injuries or anything, so that's really, really good. We're actually really glad that Padme got to go back into the wild, not only by herself, but she actually had a surprise, and she was pregnant. So she had Celine, and she already was pregnant with another baby. These guys, they can get pregnant around like 3 or 4 months after giving birth. And so one rule of thumb that we have here on the clinic is that if if a female did not arrive with, a baby, or we didn't know that there was a baby around, then that female might be pregnant. Now we have an ultrasound machine in the clinic, and we are able to make sure that that's not the case. Especially on electrocution cases, it's really, really important for us to know if they're pregnant or not, because that can really affect the baby and the development of the baby. I'm gonna go with Reggae. Reggae is another 3-finger sloth, and he is a little bit easier to show. So the other babies that I showed you, except for Celine, they were all 2-finger sloths. So in Costa Rica, we only have 2 different species of sloths. We have the Hoffman's 2-finger sloth and the brown-throated 3-finger sloth. And there are 6 different species of sloths altogether in the world. And they only live in Central and South America. Most of them are found in South America. And so some of the characteristics between 2-fingered and 3-fingered is that if you paid attention to to Stevie's adorable face, she had like a piggy nose. 3-finger sloths like Reggae, they don't have that piggy nose. They have kind of like a dog nose. They have like a darker nose. They also have like those eye patches down their eyes that 2-finger sloths don't have. They have, of course, 3 fingers in their hands, while 2-finger sloths only have 2. The 3-finger sloths are the ones that appear to always be smiling, and it's not that they are high or that they're always smiling or happy. It's just that they don't have any facial muscles, so it's really difficult for them to actually, change how they look like. They're always appearing to be smiling. That's actually a behavior and a characteristic that we humans anthropomorphized on animals. And it's really sad because there's a lot of people that will take baby sloths so that you can take a picture with them. Those are definitely not ethical pictures and not ethical places. They just want more money. They want to profit off of the animals as well. And that's really, really unfortunate when that happens. And so the babies, they can die from stress, especially 3-finger sloths. Something that I have learned in here is how stressed these guys are. Also, they are a bit slower than the 2-finger sloths, and their defense mechanism is a little bit different. These guys can definitely claw like a 2-finger sloth, and they have a lot of strength to do that and really, really long claws. But 2-finger sloths, they also have canine teeth, and so they can bite. Andres, for example, he's covered in bite and scratch wounds all over. So he's able to tell a lot of different stories about, those absolutely terrifying moments. Also, their hair is completely different. He's having an itch on his foot. 3-finger sloths have kind of like a grayish, sometimes brownish hair. 2-finger sloths have more of a darker, sometimes blonder hair. These are Pringle and Tabitha. Again, they're not siblings. They're not related at all. They're just being raised together. They love to sleep. They're just about to go to elementary school because they're doing really, really good. And they're almost a kilogram. So when they reach a kilogram, they go to elementary school and, they keep on learning. And then we have high school. Right now, we don't have any high schoolers in here, but this structure over here, these outdoor enclosure here. This is where we put the babies. We recently had some babies, and you can actually tell because the leaves are all chewed down. And so the babies that we had in here, they're in college right now, so they just recently graduated, which is really good. And now we're just letting this poor almond tree breathe a little bit, regrow the the leaves, and then we can have the other babies, Colin, Tallulah, and Serena, coming in here. Now, the surprise that I wanted to give you guys, this is Danica. She is the sloth intern. So I interrupted her from her duties so I could show you this special surprise. And so let's talk a little bit about, sloths and tamanduas, because they're somewhat related to each other. They belong to the same order, Pilosa. And so this is baby Cataman. Cataman is maybe just around like a month or two old. She's really, really tiny. She was found by herself, and that's one of the main reasons why we have to rescue baby animals in general, not only sloths or tamanduas. Most of them, we have no idea what happened to their mothers. And so we have to raise them, and we give them that second chance. And so even though she's not a sloth, she will definitely, join these baby program that we have for all species, including owls and other birds like parrots and everything. Carmen is learning everything about how to be a tamandua. So tamanduas, they are semi-arboreal, which means that they spend some time up on the tree, but they can also be, on the floor. They have a prehensile tail that she's learning how to use in here, which is great. Looks like she's also looking for some things to eat. We have been introducing her to a little bit of termites. She's still not that interested, but hopefully she'll get there. You can see those adorable ears. So tamanduas, they have really, really strong claws and really strong muscles on their arms, because these guys, they eat a lot of ants and termites, and they need to break, those nests. And so they need to have a lot of power and muscle on their arms so they can dig, and they can take those ants and other insects so they can eat them. They also have a really thick layer of hair, and their skin is also really thick, so that they will not get affected by, the stings and bite wounds from all of the ants and the termites and all of the other animals that they eat. If they also find like a ripe fruit, they can also eat that. They have a really, really long tongue, and which also produces like a really sticky saliva that will allow them to pick basically and grab every single ant that they can find. They don't spend that much time looking for ants, because otherwise, even though they have a really thick skin and hair, they can still bite them. And so it just takes a couple minutes. They try to grab as much as they can, and then they just leave. Sadly, they're also endangered. Well, not, but they are in danger in Costa Rica and in other countries. Here, one of the main reasons why these guys are in danger is because they get run over by cars, which also happens with sloths. They also get attacked by dogs, which is also a problem with sloths. And I still don't know if there are any cases of electrocution with tamanduas. I'm pretty sure there are, or there might be, which is also really sad. So our power lines and electrical wires are not insulated, and most of the animals there get electrocuted because of that.
Wow, that is just incredible. I've never seen anything like it before. Thank you so much for sharing.
Of course.
Yeah.
I don't know if there are any questions or something else that maybe someone wants to know or you want to know.
Yeah, we have time for a couple questions here.
Okay.
I'm going to start in the chat. How high do these sloths climb up? All the way to the top of the canopy?
Yes, all the way to the top of the canopy. So the sloths, they do not regulate their body temperature as we do. They're poikilotherms. And so they regulate their body temperature with the temperature of their environment, basically. And so they like to be high on the canopy so that they can catch, the sunlight, and they can sunbathe a little bit. And also, to find food. But yeah, they can climb really, really high.
That's amazing. I think everybody is in the chat is just so excited. We have another comment. I'm having Zootopia flashbacks, seeing these cute 3-fingered sloths. This is really amazing. We are running a little bit low on time. I do have a question. Though. You must have an incredible job getting to hang out with all of these animals at the Toucan Rescue Ranch. And I'm just gonna throw in the chat here the website for the Toucan Rescue Ranch, because you do rely on donations to make all of this happen. And so
we do.
Everybody who is watching can go online, check out the Toucan Rescue Ranch. And but my question, so while I'll leave this up while you answer it here, what is it like, the different personalities of these animals? Do you form relationships with certain animals? And so what are their personalities like?
It really depends on the individual, same as us, and same as all other animals. They have their own personalities, and it's actually really fun to start learning about them. With the babies, ever since they're young, they start showing signs of their personalities, and as they start growing older, they they keep on having those behaviors and those things. For example, with Millie, as I was telling you, part of her personality is that she's kind of like a brat. She's a princess and she knows it. And if she doesn't have her blanket, she will not sleep. So it's really fun to see her tantrums. Georgie, he sometimes sleeps with his mouth open. So it's always really fun to watch him sleeping. Actually, one day on a tour, there was a kid and he was like, "Oh, Georgie sleeps just like my grandpa." So everyone started laughing, and I always tell that story. So you definitely form relationships here with the animals. Of course, like, we get attached with the animals. It's really cool to see them growing, and then it's kind of bittersweet when we know it's time for them to go to the release site or when it's time for them to go to the wild. But it's always really exciting to know that, after such a long process, they got to go back. Same as with the animals in the clinic. We see them, getting better and improving. Sometimes, unfortunately, they're not able to make it because of their internal wounds mainly. So it's really sad to lose them. But I definitely know that the vet team here does everything and beyond to help these animals and try to give them that second chance.
Well, we are so grateful for the work that you do, that the work done at the Toucan Rescue Ranch in order to maintain the biodiversity and get these animals rehabilitated and rescued. So thank you very much for giving us this tour and the very special surprise there at the end. And so we're going to move on to our next speaker, and we really appreciate you joining us. And from sunny Costa Rica, I'm jealous. Beautiful.
Well, yeah, after a lot of rain, I'm actually glad that we got a sunny day today.
Great.
Thank you so much.
All right. Care.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Toucan Rescue Ranch. Make sure to donate and support their work. All right. Thanks, Andrea. All right, wasn't that cool? I've never seen anything like that before. Next up, we have Gautam Shah. Gautam is a National Geographic Fellow and the founder of Internet of Elephants. I'm going to bring him up here. Hello, Gautam, and give you a little
Hi,
bit of
Brianna.
So Gautam is the founder of Internet of Elephants, a social enterprise that tells us stories about wildlife and its conservation through games and other digital experiences. He's lived in the United States, India, Argentina, and Kenya, and decided to quit his job in IT after 20 years in order to pursue new ways that technology can be used for wildlife conservation. I'm really excited to learn more about this. Welcome to the Biodiversity Festival.
Great, thank you so much, Brianna. I appreciate being here.
Yeah. Happy World Biodiversity Day. So tell us a little bit more about what your work is and where you've lived.
Yeah, absolutely. I currently live in Kenya. I live close to a town called Nanyuki, which is right on the equator, about 200 kilometers north of Nairobi. So it's in the evening here. And yeah, I'll tell a little bit of story during the talk, but I spent 20 years as an IT consultant at a huge company called Accenture, 400,000 people. And then there came a moment, and there came a very specific moment where I made the decision that I needed to start applying my background and what I knew in IT to something that I really dearly loved, and that was wildlife and wildlife conservation. At the time, I was working at Accenture in Nairobi. And so when I quit and decided I'm going to get into a sector that I don't know anybody in, it didn't make sense to go back to Chicago, which is where I'm from. And so I decided to stay in Kenya and keep going from there.
Yeah, I see some animal photos behind you.
Yeah, I mean, but that's all from my pre-wildlife conservation days. Like that's from the days when I had, well, honestly, when I had time and money to go on pretty fantastic, wildlife holidays. And now it's a little bit of a different story. But yeah, I was pretty crazy about it.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, I think everybody here shares that passion.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's this group is probably not going to be that interested in that story, but a lot of the talks that I give are to non-wildlife people and to non-conservation people, and so that story always seems to resonate quite a bit.
So I think you have a presentation for us. Is that right?
I do. I'm going to share it. I will share it in a second.
All right.
But yeah, thanks again for giving me the chance and the opportunity to share some of these ideas with you today. This talk is called Nature in the Metaverse, but I mean, I'll tell you the truth. I'm not 100% sure of what that means. I don't even fully know what the metaverse is or what it will be, and I don't feel that bad about that because I'm not really convinced that anyone really does. But what I do know is that a lot of people that know a lot more than me on the topic are saying that it'll be the future of how we socialize and how we work and how we play, that it'll be a $1 trillion plus industry, and that the move in that direction has already started. And I can certainly attest to that. And if that's true, then I fully believe that wildlife and conservation have to be represented. They have to play a role, and they have to benefit from that trend and not get left behind like they have a tendency to do. So what follows is, I mean, it's really an entrepreneur's journey of how and why I've come to that conclusion, and kind of one very specific idea of what I think we should do next. And now I will share my screen, and hopefully I'll do it right. Brianna, tell me if for whatever reason it doesn't come through. Okay, so let me start with a little bit of an origin story, a little bit of which I've given away. But this photograph is taken at a very, very specific moment in my life when everything changed. And I didn't know it. I didn't quite know it then, but I'm really glad I took the photograph. So this about 10 years ago, I'm in Antarctica. I'm sitting there alone on this gorgeous beach with these penguins. And this is what I did, right? This is how I spent my money. This is how I spent my time. I went on these pretty spectacular wildlife holidays. And as I was sitting here in Antarctica, and it truly, absolutely spectacular, it struck me, A, obviously, of course, how fantastic it was, but B, also just how totally gluttonous it was. Like I was a wildlife glutton. There's nobody benefiting from this experience except for me. And so it was really at that moment that I decided, I didn't know when, but at some point, I was going to change that, and I wasn't just going to take wildlife holidays. I was going to figure out how my background could be used, to benefit wildlife and to benefit nature. And this really was, I mean, that was the moment where I thought of that. If we fast forward to today, between then and now, a lot of things changed. I got divorced. I quit my job, like I mentioned. I moved to Kenya. I got remarried. I started a company that was dedicated to wildlife conservation. But every time I think about where I am, I think back to this. I think back to this moment and how much it kind of influenced the way I thought about things. And when I got into conservation, I didn't really know much. I didn't know what problem I was gonna set out to solve with my IT skills, and I didn't want to do what many people might have a tendency to do, is just kind of look for solutions that IT can solve. But so my research really kind of just looked into, like, what was I seeing as some of the fundamental things that were driving some of the conservation issues that we've got. And I don't really know why, but I really started to look at consumer markets and the things that the extractive approaches of the things that we buy, of the services that are sold to us, of the products that are sold to us, and the impacts that starts to have on the habitat and wildlife in general. I started to look at policy and how different countries have different policy around conservation. And certainly I started to look at, quite honestly, the dearth of actual available financing. And I saw a lot of top-down solutions that were trying to address each of these, often, trying to influence governments, trying to influence donors, and trying to influence the markets from a top-down perspective. But what I really started to think about, though, was, well, wait a second, each of these is fundamentally really driven by the will of the people, by the will of the people that live within these countries, by the consumers. It's the consumers who are demanding different products. It's the consumers who are deciding what the markets, in many ways, sell to them. And it's the consumers that have the power to change the markets and what's sold to them, and make the demands for more environmentally friendly products. It's the consumers that really dictate in most parts of the world, the public policy. And as you think about the policymakers, they're thinking about who's voting for them and what's important to the people that are voting for them. And again, it's the people that really drive that from the bottom up. And available financing, whether it's financing that's coming from bilaterals or large conservation organizations, or it's financing that's coming from individual people itself. Again, as priorities would dictate, priorities will dictate where that available financing comes from. And so I really started looking at, okay, well, this means that we really need to think about, like, the public. We need to think about the citizens of countries. We need to think about engaging them in a way that really activates and lets them express their values for what they think about wildlife and nature. And so I started to look at, what are the things that are out there that do that? And I know I'm generalizing here, but if I really look at it, it just seems like that we're divided into two categories. One is wildlife documentaries, and many people have seen, obviously, Planet Earth, and the other is wildlife donation campaigns, often run by some of the largest conservation organizations out there. And I don't mean to pick on WWF; it's just one that I think everybody probably relates to and knows about. And I wasn't really seeing too many other things that were out there that were really intended to try and activate and to try and engage people, other than films and donation campaigns. And as I kind of looked at those, it's like, well, Planet Earth and these type of programs, they're spectacular, no doubt, but they're pretty passive. You sit on your sofa and you watch them, and you're watching stuff that's happening far, far away. So they feel, very distant. And then as you look at, at the donation campaigns, they can feel very transactional. Everything is just geared towards getting, you to hit the donate button. At that point, you just kind of become a number in the system. Maybe you'll get a certificate of adoption, and you'll probably get, a couple emails or many emails just, trying to get you to donate more. And there's nothing more that's really, that's engaging, in that process. So as I looked at that, this started to help me start formulating, like, okay, what do we need to do? What are the types of, how can we activate people? And I don't like to say, a lot of people say, how can we get people to care more? I'm not of the opinion that people don't care. I'm just of the opinion that people don't have a way of activating. How is somebody in St. Louis, for example, going to connect with what's going on in Borneo? And that's where I really just started looking at the idea of creating relationships. And you think about the relationships that you have with your family, and the relationships that you have with your friends, even the relationships that you have with your pets. You go to the ends of earth. You go to all means to do stuff, to save, to protect, to help your family, your friends, and your pets. Maybe most of all your pets. And that's what really started getting me thinking about, well, how could we create that same feeling, that same sentiment, with a jaguar, or with a frog, or with a lemur, or a gorilla, to this sense that I'm willing to go to the ends of the earth, and I have a means of going to the end of the earth to make sure that those animals, prosper, that those animals do well. And that's where I really started thinking, like, okay, how can we start creating relationships with these animals? And that kind of led to the next conclusion, which was, well, it's very difficult to create a connection with a species, or with 10,000 orangutans, or however many sloths there are left, or the 800 mountain gorillas. You hear these stories at the species level, and you understand a little bit what's going on, but it's difficult to create that relationship. It's even difficult to do that on a human scale. And that's why we always talk about humans through their identities, through their names, through their stories. And then that then sort of thinking, like, aha, this is what we need. If we can start connecting and creating relationships between people all over the world and wildlife, and individual wildlife all over the world, that starts to lay the foundation. That starts to lay the foundation for becoming much more active in the conservation world, getting much more engaged. That's possible within films, or within donation campaigns. So this really helped us zero in on trying to like, what can we do to create relationships between people and animals. I also started to look at, like, okay, if you could create the relationships between those people and those animals, well, who are the people that would want to have those relationships? Who are the people that are open to have those relationships? And it's not a totally scientific study, but a decent study nonetheless, that we did, kind of found that, we think that above the age of 16, there's around 1.1 billion people that have a self-expressed interest in wildlife. So 41% of all internet users. And then we started to really analyze some of those people, and we found that 67% of those people, of those 1.1 billion people, are gamers. They're playing games. They're playing games on a regular basis. And again, this is above the age of 16. So again, when you think about wildlife films, and you think about donation campaigns and the reach that they potentially have, and you think about games and the reach that the games have, it started to really feel like an incredible opportunity, or an incredible channel to start trying to create relationships with people through games. But we still wanted to think about, like, how did these identities start to come through? And that started to get a lot more familiar with what's going on in technology and IT within the conservation world. And so much of this has changed even in the 5 years that I've been doing this. But the number of organizations, products, individual scientists, etc., and what's happening in conservation tech, and many of the people in Global Biodiversity Fest may have spoken about this already. The amount of data that's being gathered about individual animals is absolutely spectacular. There's hundreds of thousands of individually tracked animals, and they may be tracked in many different ways. And the technology and the ability to do this, and the intrusiveness of it, and the security of it, it's just improving. It's just improving every single day. Wild Labs is currently running a fantastic webinar series on tracking data, and I watched one of them recently, and there was a gentleman on there, and he was putting a sensor on a wasp or a bumblebee to collect humidity data about the air. And so the amount of data that exists about actual individual animals then really started to kind of create that connection for me, that there's a way of using tech to create these identities of these animals, and then use games as a way of delivering the stories to larger audiences. And so again, an example of this, if we take Buka, who's a lowland gorilla from the Republic of Congo, the data that exists on Buka, there's photos, videos, sound recording, there's movement data about him, there's eDNA, there's an entire life story. There's a personality, like Andrea was talking about, each of these animals has personality. We know everything about its diet, its population density, its daily and monthly behavior. You have a personality, you have a true identity for an animal that you can now start thinking about. How do I tell the story of that particular animal? How do I create a relationship between Buka and people, people anywhere in the world? And this is something that that technology happens to really enable. And so kind of getting to the company, Internet of Elephants, that's what we do, right? Like our intention is to create relationships between people and other species, And our approach to doing that is to use technology, the technology that exists for the people that are tracking them, and the technology of games and current channels to try and create those connections. So we've partnered with lots of different conservation organizations and lots of conservation organizations that that are willing to share their data, that are willing to look at how their data can be used to create these connections. And for a long time, we took this, and of course the data is not something that we collect, but what we do is we create the storyline on top of it. And remember, these are dynamic storylines as well, because data is not static; it's constantly moving. So we create the storylines around it. We can create the 3D models around the animals and the different avatars for them. We can bring in the content and the imagery. And then we think very, very strongly back as to when somebody does create a relationship with Buka, the gorilla, how does that then benefit the conservation organizations, the scientists, the researchers, the entities that are working to protect it. In the beginning, we started to make our own games. We started to make our own products. We made a product called Wildiverse, which was an augmented reality a mobile game that brought you into the shoes of a researcher in Borneo and a researcher in Congo. We made Unseen Empire, something we did with Wild Crew, where we took their 5 million camera traps images that they did over a 10-year study, and we brought those into a game and let you see like 500 to 600, different spectacular images from Southeast Asia from these camera traps and all these animals that they were studying. We did stuff with augmented reality. We did something with Adidas where you could actually run and compete against the actual data from a snow leopard or a tiger or a pangolin and learn stories about them, along the way. What we've learned, over the course of making those games is you can make these pretty great games. They can always be better, of course, but you can make these pretty great games. But the limits of how many people you can reach is really dependent on your own marketing capacity, your own capacity to really understand and compete within the games world. And that wasn't something that we were really feeling like we were going to be able to compete in, that we were the right ones to be able to do. But there's many, 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 many organizations out there that already have those capabilities. So we started thinking much more about, well, how can we create and how can we enable all these massive brands, these massive games, these massive different apps that are out there to start incorporating wildlife data, wildlife content, wildlife stories into the apps that already exist, and reaching the people that already have for them. And so Internet of Elephants has really kind of shifted much more now to focusing on creating that library, creating that agency, if you will, of all these animals, all their identities, all their personalities, and thinking about how can these things exist in such a way that everybody can take advantage of that. And so rather than Internet of Elephants needing to be the ones that are just making the experiences and then struggling with how we're going to get them out there, how can these animals appear in Fortnite? How can they appear in Pokemon Go? How can they be in, how can they be in the British Airways app? How can they, sit in the same way that we did with Adidas in many of different places? And of course, how can wildlife and nature be represented in the metaverse? And how can it be represented accurately in the metaverse? And how can it directly benefit wildlife and conservation, directly back? So we've kind of always been of this opinion that virtual worlds and the real world don't necessarily have to be completely disconnected. So we've really got, we're shifting. This is the direction that we're taking right now, which is very specifically to say, how can we create a value proposition that these stories, and we already know that animal content sells. How can we create a scenario where these things become attractive to these brands? And so if I give you a couple of examples, and let's take Buka, the lowland gorilla, and all the data that exists about Buka. How can Buka become an individual animal within Minecraft that players can include in their own environments, and the different characteristics of Buka, they come through in its, in his movement and its behavior and all the storylines again. And how can you do that across, thousands and thousands of animals in a product like Minecraft that reaches, 100 million people? how could British Airways potentially, as you're using the in-flight, tracker while you're flying, and as you're flying over, the People's Republic of Congo, how can that potentially activate an opportunity for you to zoom in and learn about the animals that you're flying over, and again, at the individual level. And then, as I mentioned, if you're participating in the metaverse, and again, predictions are that everybody soon will, and you're going to have a virtual work meeting, why not have a virtual work meeting actually in Ndoki National Park, with the possibility that that a representation of Buka and his family might start walking by. And the whole intention of this is to create this virtuous circle, essentially, where scientists and conservation organizations that are collecting the data, are able to participate. We go ahead and we add in the stories, we add in the models, we add in the imagery, and we start to create this entire library of these different animal personalities that are there. And then those personalities, are now starting to come through in different experiences that are out there in the metaverse, which then gets, hopefully is starting to reach hundreds of millions of people, billions of people, in a way that no single product, that no single film, could ever do. And all the while, all of that eventually kind of circles back and benefits the very same scientists and conservation organizations that provided that data in the first place, allowing them to then continue to do that type of work, more and more and more. And so, yeah, that's kind of the shift that we make. That's the journey that we make. Like we talk about the metaverse, it can, I know a lot of people are talking about NFTs and things like that now. And often I look at that and I really ask the why, like, is it you trying to get rich quickly? Are you jumping on a trend, that happens to be going on, now? Or is there a fundamental basis for why we're trying to do that? And so when I talk about the metaverse and how nature and wildlife can and should be represented, I think that's all founded on this basis of trying to create relationships, between people and other species, and the opportunity that both conservation tech as well as metaverse tech, game tech, virtual world tech now provides us, to create this actually incredible opportunity, to create those relationships. And I really think that if we're able to do that, it will fundamentally shift. It will fundamentally shift the landscape of conservation, for the next 50 years. And so I think with that, I am finished, and happy to take questions or give you back some time.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. I had never really thought about the metaverse as being a place to learn about the real wildlife that's out there. I'm adding the banner here, Internet of Elephants, for our viewers to check out themselves. We do have a question here from the chat that I'm going to get started with. Actually, it's a comment. Very cool how you're using your experience to create personas for this species, so we can incorporate them in conservation efforts with corporate partnerships. And I think that's touching on something that I think is really interesting about your work. You're not preaching to the choir. It's really about getting everybody who's online to have the opportunity to see the species behind you on a Zoom call or on a tech call, or as you're flying over on a flight to learn about a species that you're flying over. So my question is really about, who's your target? It's really the internet, but are there certain groups that are more that are easier to target, or are there certain, is it corporate, is it gamers, is it really Gen Z, millennials, or is there a certain focus that you're looking to target?
Yeah, so that's a great question. That's always the right question to ask under these, on any of these things. It used to be, it was very specific on a product by product basis. You were targeting someone different. So like with the camera trap project, we were targeting a little bit more of an audience that was already interested in data visualizations and, might be more of a Nat Geo audience. Whereas something like Wilderverse, like, how about people that go to zoos? And this is the way we often think is who are those people who have an interest in wildlife, care, which again, I think most people do, but are not activated, are not thinking about it from a conservation, a conservation point of view. And I often think about that in terms of people, people that go to zoos. They have, they're in a way expressing their interest in wildlife, but in no way are they kind of taking back any opportunity to act, to activate with conservation with it. But I do look at that, again, back to that one slide that I gave, which was like, hey, there's these 1.1 billion people, again, over the age of 16, that have self-expressed, in various different ways that wildlife is of, is of interest to them, and 70% of them are playing games. And so it's, I guess we're targeting that 770 million people, which is not a narrow, area, but it's far greater than, the choir, like you indicate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'm excited to see this come to life even more. I do have another question, and it's really looking at looking at stories and animal stories. So if you could humor me, and can you share another animal story and what you've learned? Because I think it's so cool how technology and conservation is really focused on data collection, and what you're doing is totally different. It's taking that data and adding an actual personality to it. So can you humor me and share another personality of an animal?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, we work with an organization here called Space for Giants, and there was an elephant that we worked on their data, and his name was Moituria, and he's a crop raider. And not only is he a crop raider, which the data shows, he teaches other elephants how to crop raid. He teaches other elephants how to break elephant fences. And so when you look at his data and what he does and exactly how he times it, he times it exactly for a certain point in time when he knows that people aren't going to be around, and he leaves the crops at a certain time, in the morning, right before, people start to come in. Like, well, that's, it's an amazing, like, if you want to talk about wildlife-human conflict, it's a tough topic. But if you can tell, and I'm not saying to make light of it, but if you can tell stories about, about this, and you can show the data, it can really, bring that to life for somebody. And of course, if you talk about crop raiding elephants and human-wildlife conflict, it's a harder connection to make than if you talk about Moituria, the crop raiding elephant that does it for this reason and teaches all the young males to do the same. And there's just so, I can go on, and I know you're going to run out of time, but there's so many stories like this that, that we think the data really brings to life. And if you can create these identities, I mean, you can create relationships that never existed before.
That's amazing. Well, check them out, everyone. internetofelephants.com, banners up there. And thank you, Gautam. We are out of time, and we'll be sure to keep following you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Wonderful. Wasn't that cool? All right. So next up, we have Nilofar, and let's see if this is going to work here. We're seeing if she has joined us.
So Nilofar, Brianna's on her way in. She was in the test room by mistake, so she should be in momentarily.
Oh, great. Well, I will give her a little bit of an introduction here while we wait for her to connect online. Nilofar Rahisi. Nilofar is a conservation scientist and has over a decade of experience working in conservation in Iran, which is a beautiful, large, mountainous country in the Middle East. She studies the endangered Persian leopard in southwest Iran, and she's here today to tell us about the incredible animal and the recent work that she has done to bring more attention to small world cats in Iran. So this is a topic I don't know very much about, so I'm so excited to bring Nilofar to the stage. Hello, welcome. Welcome, Nilofar. I think we're just getting your tech set up there, so hopefully you can see and hear. And I think you're joining us from Iran, is that right? Let's give it a second here. I know we're all hungry to learn about this incredible animal, the Persian leopard, something I don't know anything about. Can you hear us, Nilofar? All right. Do you want to give it a go? I think we might be able to hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Maybe you can't hear us, but we can hear you. So go for it.
It's not working now.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me well? Or
go ahead. Yeah. And I can pull up your presentation here.
okay, cool. Yep.
You might not be able to hear us, but we can hear you.
Great.
So.
Very glad to be here among all the amazing conservationists from around the world. In the next 15 or probably 20 minutes, okay. So, yeah, in the next 15 or 20 minutes, I'm going to talk about what we do in Iran during our conservation projects. Well, Iran is a vast country and it's containing 4 different ecoregions, as you see on the map, from Caspian region in the north to the Persian Gulf and Oman Sea in the south. So it gives this opportunity to the country to have a very high biological diversity. But actually, like all the countries and natural habitats around the world, it faces different issues, challenges, and threats. As you see, degradation of soil because of overgrazing and cultivation, loss of potential productivity through wind and water erosion, because of overcutting of forests, and of course, illegal hunting and habitat degradation, alongside with the overconstruction of roads, mines, and other human developments, faces the country with so many challenges.
Hi, Nilüfer, can you hear me now?
But what we do and where do we come in the whole story? Today, I'm the representative of. Yeah.
Can you share your screen? The slides aren't moving forward for us.
So Nilüfer, if you're able to hear us, if you stop the screen share, but this time when you share your screen, pick the option for the entire screen. Because when you just share the window, it doesn't go full screen on our end.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so if you try the screen share again, but do entire screen, because I know you're changing the slides, but we can't see them moving for us.
Okay, cool.
Since mobile data is turned off, you'll have to turn on Wi-Fi.
Let me know if you get any funny messages, but if you choose entire screen, I see it coming in there now. Yep, yeah, perfect. And then if you just bring the presentation up to the front, perfect. That's better. Yep.
Great. Yeah.
Cool. Great. Thanks. So today I'm actually the representative of 2 local NGOs in Iran and a project. As you probably know, in Iran, the Department of Environment is in charge of protecting and conserving the natural habitats, all the national parks and protected areas. Alongside with DOE, we are working as Koch Foundation for Biodiversity Conservation, Pars Wildlife Guardian Foundations, and a project that we developed in 2015 as Palascat Conservation Project, which is actually nowadays focusing on studying and promoting small wildcats conservation in Iran. And of course, we are working closely with local communities, other NGOs, researchers, and conservationists, and receiving supports from industries and individuals in Iran. I'd like to actually jump into wildcats of Iran and give you some backgrounds of what's going on here and why we are focusing on studying wildcats. Iran used to have 10 species of wildcats, but today's 2 out of these 8 are extinct: Caspian tiger and Asiatic lion. Asiatic cheetah is critically endangered, and you see in the picture that the endangered Persian leopard as well. There are also 6 small wildcats in Iran, and we are actually focusing on studying Pallas cat with Persian leopard in our projects. Following a series of workshops and meetings in 2012 in Iran, in collaboration with IUCN, a roadmap was developed to study and conservation all the wild cats in Iran. You can find more information in a special issue of Cat News, which actually published in 2016 with all the information and conservation needs of these following species. But among all of them, of Iran, Central Alborz, because there was some evidence and records of existence of the species in that area. You see in this picture the habitats, how it looks like in north of Iran for Pallas cats and other species during spring and winter as well. What we did actually, we first of all, we tried to get as much as information we can. So we did semi-structured interviews with rangers and local communities, and at the same time, we tried to set up camera traps to get more robust information and evidence of the species existence in that area. And fortunately, we could get the first videos and footages of Pallas cat in one of the protected areas that we were studying the species. These are actually some of the footages of the project that you see. And I can say this is the first video of the Pallas cat from Iran that we could get in a covered and no hunting area. Yes, this is a really funny video. I really like that to get the, so many different behaviors of wildcats in camera trap footages. And this project could also help us to extend our network with other conservationists, especially women. And of course, it helps us to find enthusiastic and interested rangers to collaborate with. An infographic poster was also developed and provided from our project to local communities and ranger stations in the areas that we studied the species. And we could able to contribute to so many scientific and national magazines to talk about and write more about small wildcats, especially Pallas cat in Iran. And this is part of our team with the rangers of one of the areas that we studied Pallas cat. And about other projects, I really like to introduce you to the study of Persian leopard in southwestern Iran, where we are working as a local NGO alongside with other rangers. You see that Fars province is located in western Iran, and the red cycle actually shows the national parks, where the national parks that we study Persian leopard are located. I can say very similar to the Pallas cat project. First of all, we tried really hard to get as much as information we can. We did science surveys in one of the national parks that there was actually no robust evidence of Persian leopard presence for more than 2 decades. But hopefully we could find so many evidences, and then we decided to plan a systematic camera trapping in those 2 national parks, as you see here. So we set up the camera traps in these grids, and we were able to get footages of Persian leopards. You see the green dots show the places and stations that we could get footages of Persian leopard in Bamu and Bakhtegan National Park. If I want to show a highlight of the results of this project, we could record caracal for the first time in Bamu National Park, which was a really interesting record of the species, because the closest place that conservationists could get confirmed record of this species was Bakhtegan National Park, which was actually 15 kilometers away from that area. And at the same time, last year, we were able to find out and identify one of our male Persian leopard individuals, both in Bamu and Bakhtegan National Parks, which was really interesting and fascinating result. Because we could find out that the Persian leopards probably move between these two national parks, and it shows the importance of corridors protection between these two national parks, which are actually rolling as two separated islands for a large carnivore like Persian leopard. And this is one of the footages that I really like to show you here. It shows a family of Persian leopard in Bamu National Park. A male, a female, and a cub is actually jumping into the video. This was one of the most interesting videos I've ever seen from Persian leopard. This is also one of the other interesting videos. I hope that you hear the sound of the videos because it actually shows how a male dominant Persian leopard is actually roaring in the mating season in the hope of finding a mate. We captured this video in Bakhtegan National Park during mating season of Persian leopard. And this is actually shows a female Persian leopard again in Bakhtegan National Park, and how she tries to mark probably her territory in that area. And it's really interesting that wherever you capture a large predator, you definitely will be able to get so many footages of the prey. And you see that these herd of ibex are actually moving around and foraging exactly on the same point that we got that Persian leopard. But unfortunately, that's not the end of the story, and it's not a happy ending story. necessarily. We got so many footages of the poachers in different locations of Bactagon National Park, and this is only one of the footages that we captured with our camera traps. And hopefully they actually didn't see the camera trap, because otherwise probably they would break it, or I don't know, stole it, as we had the same experiences in Golestan National Park during our one of projects. So as you see that there are threats like poaching and overhunting of wild prey in even national parks of the country, and it actually leads to so much pressure on Persian leopard as well. Facing our projects and what we are doing in Iran as conservationists. As you probably know, a few of our talented conservationists, our friends and colleagues, are actually in detention, and it truly puts so much pressure on all the projects that we've been doing and we've been planning to do. So this is a really sad story that we are still facing, and we hope that in near future we can find all of them next to us and do what we've been doing. At the same time, sanctions, shortage of financial resources, and all the internal limitations put so much pressure on conservation projects in Iran. For example, Rolex was one of those foundations that we used to receive funds, but recently they have to put Iran among the countries that they can actually support financially. And for example, in other examples, you see that we are restricted to view IUCN website, which is actually really frustrating. So there are so many internal limitations along with short of financial resources, with actually shrink us and projects every single day. We are trying to be optimistic and at the same time realistic to plan our activities, visions, and missions. For the future, we do hope that we could cover and probably receive financial supports from internal and of course international donors and investors in hope of extending our projects, conservation projects in Iran. And this is one of the photos that I'd really like to show you, that you see me and a Pallas cat in this footage that a camera trap actually got this image. For any information, queries, and any supports, you can email me. And of course, you can find us on Instagram for more information on our projects and watch other interesting footages that we get during our projects. Thanks for your attention.
Wow, wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh, that was really interesting, something I don't know much about. And it must be so challenging to find these big and small cats in Iran. It's a huge place. And I'd like to know a little bit about the camera traps, because that's a relatively new technology. So what was known about these creatures before camera traps, and how has it changed your understanding of the region? I think we're on a bit of a delay here.
Brianna, I'm not sure that I could get really interrupted.
I think we're having a little bit of tech issues. We heard your presentation wonderfully.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I think we're having a little bit of trouble at at the end, though, we heard everything. It was incredible. Maybe what we can do is pull up the last slide that you had with all of your information where we can learn a little bit more. Right, looks like it's having a little bit of connectivity issues. Can you read the chat, Nilfar?
Hey.
We can hear you, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Can you hear our questions? All right, I think we might have a little bit of connectivity issues here. Okay, looks like we can type in the chat, so I will type about our questions.
Okay, cool. Joe is actually writing that question was about camera traps. What have you learned about the cats from them? Yeah, that's a very interesting questions. Because of course, in any of the projects that we've done before using camera traps, we had a general idea and thought about virgin species is actually existing and what do they do, the patterns of behavior and all the information. But with using camera traps, in addition to getting information, robust, confirmed information of the species presence, we were also able to get so many information about their behavior during mating season and how they actually move around with the cubs and how long one of the individuals of the population can also move to find a mate, food, or other resources. So these are just a summary of information that we can get from camera traps and using them. And of course, we use camera traps to estimate a population of Persian leopard in those two different national parks and the density of the population in the areas that we use camera traps.
Okay, great. I have one more question. I put it in the chat there. About
I hope you could hear me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we have one more question.
Yep.
Can you share again how people
My
follow
pleasure.
and support? How can we follow and support?
Yeah. So can you see my screen now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Great.
This is how you can find us. Cooch Foundation is a newly registered NGO that we are working with that and on Small Wildcat. And you can find more information about our Paulus Cat project in smallcats.iran. And of course, Pars Wildlife is that local NGO which is active in southwestern Iran. And we work on Persian leopard and studying their population with them. And you can, of course, email me whenever you have any questions and if we can help you to find any information from conservation in Iran.
Wonderful. We were able to hear that. I think we're having some connectivity issues. Nilfar cannot hear me, but we are typing and talking in the chat. And so I've asked her to share a little bit more information if you want to follow these groups on Instagram. Thank you so much for joining us, Nilfar. And we're going to move on to our next presentation. Happy World Biodiversity Day. And we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. So we are going to move on to our next presentation. We're really excited. We have Gonzalo J. Costa. Gonzalo lives in Portugal and studies insects. He travels across the Mediterranean Sea to the country of Morocco in northern Africa, where he studies cicadas, a poorly known insect, in order to learn more about the bug and set up the future for conservation for cicadas. So we're bringing in Gonzalo. Hello, welcome.
Can you hear me well?
I can hear you great. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. So can I start sharing the screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, then.
We can bring it up.
So let me just allow, and here we are. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, I will bring it up. Do you see it here?
Okay, so may I?
Go ahead.
Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Gonzalo Costa, and my work with insects is being a taxonomist. So ever since I was a kid, I was fascinated with insects and I loved insects, but I really quite didn't know the name behind my obsession. So when I was looking at a National Geographic documentary, I saw the name in like title box, like there was a guy in the middle of the jungle and he grabbed like a bug and he said, "This is a new species." And I was like, shit, I want to be that. And fast forward like 20 years afterwards and I'm doing just that, but not on the jungle, but in a kind of a mountain or inside a cashew field, for example, when I'll talk afterwards. And it's a really fun way to look at our biodiversity, because when you change your lens, you can see like fascinating things. Just for example, in your own balcony or in your own garden, you just need to change your lens and look, for example, at a microscopic level, or not at a microscopic level, but at levels just low, just below, and then you find fascinating things. So as you're saying, I looked at Morocco because my master's was with the Moroccan cicadas, and I was really, because here in Portugal they are kind of all studied, but in Morocco there's like nothing. There's like 13 described species there, but we had friends there that went before us, and they said, well, there's a lot more than 13 species, because I was in the field and I heard like 6 or 7 different. So before I get into it, let me give you a small tale on cicada biology. Okay. So their life cycle. Cicadas spend a lot of their time underground. Some cicadas, for example, those who live in Chicago, I believe it was in the past year, had their brood X cicadas popping up after, I think, 17 years below ground. And even though most cicadas aren't as spectacularly long-lived as those cicadas, those brood cicadas, most of them live about 3 to 4 years below ground, feeding on roots. And when it's the summer, they start to climb up those burrows, and they cling to a plant or something, and then just molt out of their old skin, and they give rise to the winged adult. And the winged adult, like the one we see on the right, has the ability to sing. So only the male cicada is able to sing. And when it does so, it is to attract the attention of the female. And this calling song is super interesting because it's species specific. So, for example, I live in Portugal, and when I hear, for example, in the city now we have a huge heat wave, and they are starting to come out, and I heard, for example, like, and I know for sure that this is a cicada orni. But for example, if I go a bit to the field and I start to hear, for example, like those garden blowers, I think it's the correct term. I don't know, I can't remember. Like the ones that sprinkle garden sprinklers, then it's a Tectigetal argentata. So armed with this knowledge, we need to first get to step 0, which is plan it thoroughly. I cannot stress this enough, because when I did my first expedition, it wasn't well planned as I hoped so, and we spent like 2 or 3 days searching for cicadas without any success, because the places that we were going were not the places that cicadas wanted. So we took this picture. This was the theme for that day, for that year, sorry. And this is a crater, volcano crater in the Middle Atlas. And here we caught lots of cicadas, but during the winter, it's completely filled with snow. So the slopes that you see are actually skiing slopes. And it's very funny because during the entirety of the year, it's covered in snow, but during the summer, they start to emerge the cicadas. So you can imagine how tough they are sometimes. So when you are in the field, for example, this is a beautiful field that we found a new species of cicada, and we need to record it. So the first thing that you do when you hear a cicada, and they might be sometimes tricky to hear, is get right close to the individual that is singing. So what we do is that we grab my trusty, I have it here, my trusty microphone, and you can imagine us because this is a bit clunky. So we are on the field, and we are grabbing this microphone, and we are going around, like starting to hear a cicada. And when we start to hear it, we need to approach it, but approach it very, very slowly. Because if we approach it too fast, then she gets startled and she flies away. And then we need to restart our hunt. And then we start to record her, like, come on, give me just a few more seconds. Come on, don't fly away. Please don't blow any wind because the wind will shut them up. Okay, perfect. And then we have that precious data, which is the acoustic data. And afterwards, and it's the trickiest part, it's to catch it. It's so hard to catch a cicada. You can hear it very well, but then they are so cryptic because they are so very small, some of the species, and they hide so very well. And I remember the first time I went to this expedition in Morocco, my fellow colleagues were catching cicadas by the left and the right, and I was like, come on, give me a cicada, come on. And I remember the first cicada I caught, I kind of crushed it, like I half crushed it with the metal frame of the butterfly net. And I was like, okay, screw it, it's perfect. I grabbed it and I put it in alcohol, and that was game over. So it's very, very hard to catch a cicada, and it's even harder to catch a cicada that you recorded. And if you do that, that's perfect because it means that you have the individual that sang specifically that way. And then you have also the females, because females do not sing. So the only way you can catch them is when they are mating, and that is something that is also very rare to do, and it's kind of a bummer because they are mating and then come on, you catch them. It's not cool. So the step 3 is to store the sample, and it's a very, very hard to do for me to grab a cicada. Now it's a bit less because now I'm a bit more versed into it. But it was very hard for me to kill my first cicada, even though it was half crushed to death and she was like suffering a lot. Putting it in the alcohol, because I love them so much, and seeing the one alive or half alive, it was so hard for me to put it in the alcohol. And when we are working with these species that, even though they are not described and known for science, they are still they are quite rare to find. So probably they might be endangered, or some populations have very low individuals. So you need to collect them like parsimoniously. So you need to do like, okay, so I can hear like 5 or 10 males in these fields. So I'll collect maybe 1, 2, or 3. Because then you shouldn't go with an attitude, for example, like the past entomologists of yore, when you had like 30 or 50 insects from the same population, from the same spot. Well, that doesn't abode anymore for like conservation statuses of cicadas, because you're probably doing an active force of extinction of that population if you catch like 40 or 50 species specimens in a single place. So you need to catch them wisely, so probably between 5 and 10 cicadas per population. If it's a good quality, in a good health, then it's perfect for then the genetic analysis and further. So Then we need to compare with the known cicadas that we have. So we need to look at the descriptions, and the descriptions, unfortunately, are from the past century. Sorry. And for example, I'll bring you here figure 1, which has Eurifera riboti. So this is the holotype, and Eurifera riboti is a very, very beautiful cicada. Even though the first picture doesn't show it, the second one shows it perfectly. So you can see it's like, I even dubbed it Black Pearl Cicada, because you can see it in the field, so it's in a perfectly green fields, and then the cicada is pure black with a very red abdomen, and you can see here 2 of these cicadas mating. So that was what I was saying, so we caught this mating couple. Sorry, guys. And one of the things that we do is like, if it's a particularly difficult to access a museum, or the specimens have been lost, then we need to go to the site where they were first caught, which we call them the topotypes. We go there, and hopefully we are able to find them, because sometimes, even though you are in the same site, probably they won't be emerging that year. So probably only the next year we'll be able to catch them, or in 2 years. We don't know yet. So it's a bit of a lucky strike for us to go to the field in that year and collect the cicada. So it's a continuous effort that we need to do every year to have things mapped and looking like super spiffy. And then we need to get our evidence right, which is step 5. So for example, one of the things that we do at our laboratory is doing the integrative taxonomy. So what does this mean? We try to assemble several arguments from several different disciplines within biology. For example, when we look at morphology, most of the descriptions that we have are made basically purely on morphology. And we know that that's wrong, because when you look only at morphology, you're skipping a lot of cicadas that kind of look similar, but they sing differently. And as I said, the song is specific, which means that 2 cicadas that look the same but sing differently are different species. And then also we look at the genetics. So the genetic helps us to further, how can I say it? To reinforce our argument that we are looking at scientifically accurate species. So one of the things that I'm trying to implement is that I'm colorblind, so I don't see colors very well. So when I was describing my first species, I described the colors like brown, dark brown, light brown, green, and my advisor, she said, Gonçalo, I think you might be colorblind. I said, nah, I can't be. Well, because this cicada is also orange and yellow, and it's like, nah. So she actually had to describe the color of the species for me. So now one of the things that I'm trying to implement is using an RGB color scheme to actually to quantitatively describe the cicada color, which I think hasn't been made many times during the description of species. So I'm trying to do that in the upcoming descriptions that I'll be making. So when we present our case, so we have here our arguments, and then we need to look at species concepts. So as I was saying, for example, if we're looking at a morphological species concept, then probably what we will be seeing is just one species. But in this gray area where most species exist today, several species concepts will argue. For example, the species concepts of Mair, which is one that most people learn in school about biologically separate entities. So if they do not interbreed, they are different species. That may not be accurate, because sometimes species, they actually interbreed in hybrid zones, which means that sometimes, well, you might be having 2 different species in this kind of gray zone, this gray area. And what we need to do is look at several types of arguments. For example, I mentioned those 3, like morphology, bioacoustics, genetics, but you can actually look at ecology, like well, I mostly look at only then ecology, but you can also use like biochemical analysis. For example, Drosophila has like this kind of glands that emit certain biochemicals, sorry, that differentiate between species. So when you do, for example, so this is the dedicated of species concept, which is like a generalized species concept. I love talking about species concepts, so please stop me because I can talk like ad nauseum. So to further it, I just want to say that what we do is when we look at this gray zone, we need to take into argument, and it's our job of the scientists, of the taxonomists, to say, well, I define this species based on these traits. Probably these traits don't differ from these other species that are closely related, but mainly based on my experience and my knowledge, I can say for sure that these are two species. And then you present your arguments, and then you'll name it. So naming is my favorite part, because you can kind of go let loose of your imagination. So for example, when I had my cicada, I think I hope that you are able to hear, but if you are not able to hear, can you hear it? Okay, so
maybe we could turn up the volume a bit on this.
Okay, I can simulate the song. So this cicada, Barbarigeta di melodica, she kind of sings like, and this kind of sounds like a fart. And when we were on the field, we said it's the farting cicada. So we wanted to name it Barbarigeta, which means the cicada from the barbarians, because it was found in a barbarian region, Perto melodica, which translates literally from Latin, saying the cicada with the melodious farts. But my advisor at the time, he said, no, you're not going to name it the farting cicada. So unfortunately, the farting cicada will be on the future, but we name this the melodica, the cicada with two melodies. And then the other was Tetragetalna afromista. Afromista because this is the only Tetragetalna that we found in Africa so far. So we kind of wanted to use like a romantic name and use afromista. And we can use the names for conservation purposes, because if we find like a really cool sounding name, it will attract media attention much easier. And then it's easier for us to share our case and argue with the media and then have buzz around it. So I want to make a small exercise with you. So we found the cicada. It's small. It's a very orange abdomen, and it was found in Tangier. So can you guess the name that we're going to give this cicada? I cannot see the comments or anything, so if someone wants to speak up.
I didn't hear in the chat. So what's the question again?
What's the name of the cicada? So it's from Tangier, it's small, and it's orange.
Anyone in the chat?
No?
Yeah, from Tangier, let's see.
Well, can I spoil it?
Can I give it a guess? Let's see. Tangier. We have orange. We have somebody. We have Natasha from the chat says orange Tangier.
Kind of like that. It's called tangerine. So like the fruits, because tangerine in Portuguese means tangerina, which is the exact translation to the cicada.
Nice. Natasha, good job. Yeah, very cool.
It's called tangerina. So we can give these names and kind of create like a buzz, and people will start laughing about it. And when you associate an emotion with something, then it's much easier for one person to talk about it to the next guy. And I think that this giving names that are about the characteristic of the cicada or where she comes from, it's a great way to create buzz around them. And then you need to publish it. And publishing, it's so very hard sometimes. And you need to convince now the community, the scientific community, with your arguments, whether it's not a valid species or not. Most of them are not. Probably then you have to go back and then do further studies, but most of them are also. So you can also have, for example, in 2017, we had these 2 new species described and many more await. So the next is the follow through. So I cannot stand idle seeing my cicadas going to waste because, come on, I describe them. I kind of have like this paternal feeling of, well, I want to protect them. I want them to last a generation on the field, not sitting in a museum drawer collecting dust. No, I do not want that. So, for example, this is one of the problems that we have in Morocco. We have here a fence that in one side you have a lush oasis of flowers, plants, bushes, trees, bugs, everything, and then in the other side nothing. Like you have barren rock because goats go there and eat it, and they are stopped by this fence. But unfortunately, these fences do not last forever, and sometimes they topple, and sometimes goats go in, and the herders, the shepherds, go in and also let goats eat everything. So, in order for us to have a good conservation of these cicadas, because they are brand new cicada discovered for science, we kind of have some issues because they are brand new. We don't have much data, so we need to hasten the data that we collect from them in order to protect them much more accurately, and probably have conservation efforts that, for example, only let the goats in these oases after the cicadas lay their eggs or the nymphs go to the ground and burrow. So you still have lots of questions on how to do it. And then, finally, we have engagement. Engage. So I learned this lesson from one of the projects that I'm in, which is in Guinea-Bissau. And I'm actually a pest consultant. So in one hand, I'm trying to preserve cicadas, and in the other, I'm trying to kill off pests. So it's a kind of dichotomy. And what we do in Guinea-Bissau is awesome because the farmers, they look at the cashew as a cash crop, and 90% of the country's richness comes from cashew. So we have these amazing people that you see in the photo that are super worried about their country, and I think that is amazing in a country with so much corruption like Guinea-Bissau. Unfortunately, we have these people that want the best for their country, and it's a very cool feeling when you are in the field, and then a kid comes along towards you and says, in their language, oh, what are you doing? Show me what are you doing. Then we show them the bugs that are eating the cashews, and they're, oh, I saw there one there, and then they grab us by the hand and they come there and show us. So engagement when you are working in the field and the people see that you are excited with your job, it's very easy to it's like an excitement virus because you can spread it very fast, and people are actually very curious because when they see a guy with this in its hands or with collecting with a net, they naturally come to you and say, oh, what are you doing? And when you have their attention, when you have their curiosity, then it's so much easier to have the engagement. So what I'm trying to do in Morocco is to try and do this what we do in Guinea-Bissau. And I think it's like an amazing job that my boss, Filipa, which is the one in the center, just below Amidou, and Engineer Rose and all that. Sorry, she's like the one that has her head cut off down below. She's doing like this amazing job, and hopefully she can talk in the next year, who knows. So to finish up, we're going to Morocco this 1st of June. So please follow our adventures at my Instagram at the final price. Hopefully you have some good news, and we're actually doing a crowdfunding campaign in our Instagram. So if you want to contribute, we are around like 300 euros short to get some power banks, and all of your help is welcomed. And thank you so much for hearing me, and I hope I did well. Thank you so much.
Yes, wow, thank you so much. That was really interesting because you talk about all these the 10 steps that you need to be a conservationist, and it's much more than just going out there and finding bugs. You're not just in the field, you're doing so much other work and working with so many other people.
You just stop the stream, can I?
Yeah, we're out of screen share, so thank you so much. We have time for a couple questions. I'm going to get started from the chat. We have Natasha who asks, what is the longest time cicadas could burrow? Is 17 years or more? So we'll start with that.
17 years is the limit that we know of. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. And do you think you might discover something might be longer? No?
No, probably not.
All right.
Yeah. I hope so, but 17 is a long time.
So then the second question is, how does climate change affect cicadas worldwide?
So that is something that I struggle a lot, because cicadas, they do not tend to move a lot. So when a cicada emerges from its burrow, it kind of stays there because the males want to sing, and when the males disperse, they are not singing. So that's kind of an issue. So they tend to stay in the same place because the conditions are perfect there. But with climate change, the perfect conditions are starting to dwindle and decrease and decrease. So the cicadas are probably, for example, if the next best place is like 2 kilometers away, the cicadas won't be able to disperse because they need to be constantly drinking and eating the plants. Phloem, okay, I can't remember, sorry. So it's a very tricky, when we look at climate change, particularly in Morocco, it's very, very hard, because Morocco is being stricken by ever increasing temperatures. I saw, for example, today that in Sidi Suzanne, I can't remember the second name of the city, it was 45 degrees in May. So you can see how hot it is now. And with climate change, then you have, for example, overgrazing. As I said, the goats start to encroach ever more over the cicadas, and then you have the Sahara that is starting to climb up. So that is a very, very issue that we have, climate change. Well, it impacts everyone.
Yeah, it's great the work that you're doing. The more knowledge that we have about these species, the more we can track and know how climate change is going to impact them. So thank you for doing your work.
Thank you so much.
One more question that I think we have time for here.
Yeah.
Bellin in the chat. That's amazing, Gonzalo. Apart from naming a new species, have you found any species that was wrongly described and had to correct it?
That is so hard to do, because that's much harder to do. We have some of those. How can I say it? So you need to go to the field, you need to collect one of the species, like the topotypes from that place, and then you need to go to the other place and collect them. And then if you have the holotypes, it would be amazing, but many times you do not have them. And the best thing would be like to grab a leg from the holotypes, from the original descriptions, and try to have ancient DNA taken out of it. But it's a very expensive effort, and you need to have you need to have your groove on to do that. So it's describing is cool. But like collapsing cinnamons, it's much harder, I can tell you.
Very neat. Naming a species sounds like the coolest thing a conservationist can do. I'm sure we're all thinking about different ways that we would name our species that we've discovered. So thank you so much for sharing your work. I think this concludes our morning session, and we really appreciate all the work you're doing, and really cool to learn a little bit more about cicadas.
Thank you so much, Brianna.
Good day. All right, we'll bring Joe back in. Welcome, Joe.
Hey, Brianna, how's it going?
Fun, yeah. Lots of really cool things that I've learned about biodiversity all around the world.
Yeah, it looks like you've had a great final event to wrap up this morning session, and it looks like you kind of bounced around all over the place. Costa Rica, Iran, Morocco. Not too shabby.
Yeah, lots of biodiversity to check out. Really fun.
Awesome. Well, Brianna, it's so great when we were able to take a little of your time and have you jump in and host some of the festival action with us. So thank you. And I'm sure we'll tap you on the shoulder in the future as we continue festivals like the Global Biodiversity Festival.
Definitely. Hope to see you guys again soon and have an amazing rest of your Biodiversity Day.
All right. Thanks, Brianna. Well, we're at that stage where we need to do a changeover. We're going to change over into our final segment of the Global Biodiversity Festival of the day. So it's starting right now. Right after I log off, Jesse's going to start the new session. We're starting with Youth STEM 2030. We've got 6 amazing youth speakers from around the world who are going to share the incredible projects that they are working on. So Jesse is in that room. He's going to be starting it very shortly. Before I do pass it off to Jesse, I am going to remind everybody that we have some amazing sponsors who help make this weekend happen. The first one is the Wanderlust Fund by Sven and Kristen Lindblad. Amazing help for all 3 of the festivals that we do run each year. So we're thrilled to have their support. And of course, the last couple of years, we've had the support from Lenovo EDU. Lenovo EDU is developing an incredible education community that you can join. You don't have to be an educator. You could be an educator, a student, an explorer, a scientist, someone who's just curious. And in that community, you can talk to like-minded people, share resources, find great resources to use, including exciting interviews and blogs and videos, just like the Global Biodiversity Festival. We share a lot of our content with the community. So do check that out. I'm going to play us out with the Lenovo EDU sizzle reel. But before I do, there's the clip right there to jump in with Jesse. You can also find it in the comment section. It's there for you. And then if you can't find it either of those ways, visit the website. You can tune in live there. Visit our Facebook. It's streaming live there on our Facebook page. And then, of course, you can just go to our YouTube channel. It'll be right at the top when it goes live. We'll see you soon in the next session. Thanks so much for being with us. And I'm going to play you out right now.